Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Day 2 coverage here at the APP San Antonio NextGen Series. Lauren McLaughlin and Rick Witzkin will be joining me for this first match today. Let's get my mumbles out early, Rick. We are going to have a fabulous day of pickleball. We had one yesterday to kick off the weekend, and today we have men's doubles and women's doubles. We're going to have a really nice matchup here first, but let's kick into our head pickleball pregame show here and take a look first at our standings after yesterday's results. As a reminder, all 3 days kind of accumulate points based on where you finished. So we have for our ladies Amanda Hendry out in front, followed by Ivy Cheddar and Ellie Smith. And then Olivia Sutton hot on their heels in fourth place. And for our men, we have a lot at the top. We have a three-way tie right now. Jack Foster, Wyatt Stone, and Gabriel Tardio. And then another three-way tie for second, Ercilio Cabieses, Jake Farinish, and Alex G. So it'll be interesting after today's results how those names might shift a little in places. But again, at the finale of our weekend, we will crown our first, second, and third place finishers in men and women's. So that is how we rock these Next Gen series, which is a little different than normal. But we also have an update for the remainder of our Next Gen schedule for the year. We have 2 more stops coming up, so absolutely put those on your calendar if you don't have them already. We will be heading to the Dallas Chicken and Pickle September 30th through October 2nd, and then concluding our 2022 Next Gen series in Kansas City at the Chicken and Pickle there, November 18th through the 20th. So 2 more stops to go, and then next year in 2023 we will have 3 Next Gen stops. Still to be announced which Chicken and Pickles those will be at, but very exciting. So definitely put those on your calendar. Plan to be there. If you know someone that is under the age of 23 or under is our age requirement for these Next Gen tournaments. But always a really great time and a little unique of an experience having a senior pro mentor. You have some seminars, so there's a little learning involved as well. And a lot of great play with a lot of your peers that you might not see normally where you're from. So kicking off here into our first match of the day, we're going to have Kenny Herman and Jonathan Merchant, both out of Illinois, taking on Jack Foster and Ercilio Cabieses, both currently in Florida. I said Florida. This day is starting rough for me, guys.
Well,
rough. I was in England last week. To be fair, I'm going to blame every single thing on jet lag. But Rick, what are we thinking about this matchup as you're looking to get started here?
First of all, good morning to Pickleball America USA. Let's do this, Lauren.
Let's do it.
I am a morning person. I'm super happy to be here with these incredible teenagers and 20-year-olds, and quite frankly, this match is going to be great. I know 3 of the 4. I don't know John so well, but I certainly know Kenny Herman, Ken Herman's son, and I absolutely have played and practiced against Ercilio Cabieses and Jack Foster. So you're going to see kind of 2 different types of players in this matchup. I think you got the power players with both Foster and Cabieses, and then obviously I think Kenny Herman, and I expect to be a little more power on one side of it and a little more control on the other. But I just really appreciated the Next Gen concept. I'm really getting to know all these kids and understanding their games. And the seminars that we gave yesterday, Lauren, I think these kids were really paying attention. The parents were too, and I think there's a lot of great takeaways. And I really want people to learn from my mistakes when I was younger playing pro pickleball, and I think they're all ears. So anyway, looking forward to this match today, and an incredible day today.
Yeah, it is such a fun, unique format here for these Next Gen series. Big shout out to Ken Herman for kind of coming up with this idea after he did a lot of player development in tennis. But Chris Galan, our USA Pickleball Certified referee, kicks us off. We have Ercilio Cabieses in the white on the far end and Jack Foster in the pink. Jonathan Merchant in the blue. And Kenny Herman in the gray on the near end here for game 1.
It's going to be really important for Herman and Merchant to keep that ball low, and into the kitchen short. Otherwise, the power of Foster and Cabieses is going to eat them alive.
1-0-1.
Yeah, I think Foster and Cabieces are both can be streaky players. So when they're on, it's really dangerous, and when they're off, they can get in their head a little bit, kind of get down on themselves. So we'll see which version shows up today.
Point.
Kenny Herman actually played with Jack Foster last week in the Oklahoma City NextGen.
2-0-2.
Oh,
Point.
nice little floater there from Cabieces.
Yeah, it's interesting, off the forehand on the left side, if you scoot over and don't take the backhand, move to the forehand, it seems like the manipulation cross-court down the middle, down the line, is a little easier, so harder for your opponents to read. And that's what Hercilio did on the last point.
Out.
Ill-advised attack on a low ball out wide there from Hercilio. So you get
3-1.
the good and the bad, 2 points in a row.
Point.
I do know Hercilio has a cut on his hand, his
Oh,
playing
no.
hand, which is not too convenient. I asked him how. He said he was sharpening his knife.
1-3-1.
I didn't ask any other questions.
That's all you needed to know.
I said, we're friends, right?
Crocodile Dundee up in here. That's funny. As you do, Rick.
Yeah.
1-3-2.
It was interesting. Foster ernied, and Herman was still at the baseline. You don't see a lot of ernies with your opponents like back in the court.
It's a good point. Good point. But Foster does Ernie a lot, and sometimes indiscriminate on that Ernie. And obviously, he's got his level of fitness to the point where he can Ernie way more balls than most people. So I do think that's a staple of his game. And you're right, though, Lorna. It's tougher to put it away when they're back at the baseline.
3-1-2.
Oh, sneaks it over. As I mentioned, NextGen is 23 and under. So we have Kenny Herman at 22.
1-3-1.
Jonathan Merchant is 19, while Foster is 20 and Cabieces is 23.
Second serve.
So group of 20-somethings here. We definitely have younger players here as well. I think down to 13 is our youngest.
Tied out.
It's been interesting for me the last couple of days to watch these players and kind of associate shot selection based on their age and inexperience. And I would say that more than age is number of matches played
For sure.
based on shot selection and maybe not great shot selection. So I wouldn't always judge a book by its cover when it comes to age. I think Wyatt Stone's a pretty young kid. And I think he's one of the most solid players out here as far as shot selection is concerned. So, but you can tell which players have played a lot more tournaments versus who kind of just getting up into the competitive ranks.
Yeah, for sure.
Hold on. I'll recall the score.
Got a ball from our court next door. So we will replay.
3-1-2.
Oh, that was a nice serve right at the middle. Oh, nice job. Merchant has kind of backed off that
He
line
did.
a step, gave himself a little extra room.
You look at Foster's serve. He's got a really aggressive serve, and I think he's kind of bridled the rest of his game, which allows him to be a little more aggressive and take more chances on his serve. He's got a really good aggressive serve down the tee.
Second
Yeah,
serve.
Foster definitely, I would say, is a high risk-reward player.
1-3-2. Point.
He's very athletic, but also at times maybe a little too jumpy like he was on that last return. So to our viewers, make sure you stay grounded on that return as you're leaning into the point of contact.
Good resets there from Merchant.
Side out.
You know, there, Cabieses moved to the left as if he was going to Ernie if they did hit down the line. And sometimes that move, even if the opponent is thinking back cross court, can really make a shaky dink, which just happened there and created an error.
Second serve.
Yeah, we talk a lot about just the threat of the Ernie is a move in and of itself because it forces your opponent to then hit to your partner,
Side out.
which maybe is exactly what you're trying to make them do.
Yeah.
Correct.
See it a lot mixed. A lot of the women threaten the Ernies to
Right.
force the ball to their male partner, who's
Right.
usually the more dominant and aggressive player.
Absolutely. That's a wise strategy. And in addition to that, even if they were planning on hitting that side of the court, it makes you a little less comfortable hitting the dink, knowing that, you know, this really aggressive person, if you put it up in the middle or down the line a little bit, it just makes you think twice.
Yep.
It's probably an unattackable ball there on that low forehand volley. And it's honestly the number one issue from a coaching perspective that I have that I've seen from these next-gen players is too many attacked low volleys.
This has been sort of a surprisingly quiet game. A lot more dinking than I was expecting, a lot more kind of soft play. No one's getting too aggressive yet.
Yeah.
Point.
You know, when you see somebody like Tardio yesterday doing lobs over 6'4" Jake, and you see some more variety, but he's got the reflexes to kind of handle anything, even if he puts it up a little high or even a lob. But here, you know, these guys all know that if you give them something high, it's going to be a bombastic response. So I think they're all being a little tentative
Yeah.
on
3-1.
unleashing anything too low.
Now we saw, I mean, there's that error from Herman, but then the previous one you saw Merchant had the attackable ball, but he didn't execute it well. So there have been definitely some attackable balls that should for sure be attacked.
Right.
It's just the execution has been a little off sometimes. So it's, I
Timeout's
mean,
been called by the receiving
you can see
team.
how critical it is
Four,
that if you do have that attackable ball, you're hitting it correctly. You're taking advantage of it, because if you get an attackable ball and then don't do anything with it, it's a missed opportunity.
Correct. And I feel like a side lunge step with one of your legs can help create more force with balance at the same time. A couple of these guys are doing that. A couple of them are not. I really want to encourage our viewers to understand a one-leg lunge, right or left, for a wider base to then get more of that acute accuracy on your volleys is a really important thing. I also like there that I saw the first poach of the game, which was by Foster, and planting that seed in your opponent's head that you could go at any time. Obviously, you see a little more in mixed doubles than you do in men's, but I really like that message, and it's something that I like to send to my opponents early and often.
Yeah, we saw a lot of poaching yesterday. Again, I haven't really seen either team here or any player be super aggressive or kind of
Time in. 7-3-1.
pressing or like forcing the opponent to kind of be on their heels. It's been a relatively calm game between these four players. But Foster and Cabieses pulling away a little here in game one.
That ball's going out. And
All right. As I was
Merchant.
talking about not seeing very much aggression,
yeah.
a little bit right there.
9-3-1.
Good spot there. From
That was
Herman.
really good. He did a nice drop step to gain more balance there. It's also interesting to see whether earlier morning matches are played differently than afternoon
Sure.
matches when the minds, the body, and the number of touches have go way up in the afternoon. As a pro player, I can tell you I feel like there are some players that I play against that I love to see at 8 a.m. in that first round because I don't know if they
Because
had
you
their
don't want to
coffee.
see him later. Oh,
Really nice speed by
Kenny
Kenny Herman. Very nice. And pretty well disguised.
yeah, you make such a good point. There's obviously a difference in how you're going to play the first match out of the gate versus when you've already played, 3 or 5.
And the dynamic in a tournament is very unique in that, this year a lot I feel like I've been seeded, but then is it really a benefit being seeded and not getting to play a match
Yeah,
when
where
you
you
have
get
to
the
play?
bye.
You play a good team and you have to buy and you're coming in cold.
Yep.
We've lost a few times in those scenarios, so I just think you got to be prepared for anything.
Oh, it was a no look. Did you see that?
Yeah.
He literally watch Cabieses. He looked back
Yeah.
with that flick. Missed it, but would have been cool if he got it.
Side out.
I'm not sure leaning into your right middle to go back to your left is the easiest.
Yeah,
no
like I
look.
said, he's a little streaky. He's a
Yeah.
little streaky. That was a little streaky right there.
I'm no stranger to the no look, but I probably would have gone inside out on that. Too high.
Point.
And I believe we're at game point now here.
We
Lauren.
sure are.
10, 5-1.
I don't mind the poach. His body placement perhaps was not quite
Like 2 feet off the
Solid.
ground.
for that.
It's interesting. That's game, and it was a really good drive there. I felt like Herman and Merchant had played a few out balls, so I understood why they let that one go. But Foster did a good job keeping that ball down. It's tricky when you play strong guys that really drive hard because, if they see that you're not letting them go, they're going to keep firing away high and hard. But
Yeah,
then occasionally they'll take something off of it, like that one, and
Yeah.
it drops in. You
that
just
can be dangerous. We'll take a quick break and back into the action in game number 2 right after this. Back into the action here in game number 2 of this men's doubles match here at the San Antonio NextGen
Game 2, time
at Chicken and Pickle. Beautiful facility. Get to benefit from the indoor air conditioning here. When I think it peaked out at 107 yesterday, Rick, here in San Antonio, Texas. So happy to be indoors.
2 really aggressive serves by Foster.
Yeah, that was, definitely on the line
Yeah,
there.
he was called out, but then I think corrected by his partner, and I think it was an honest mistake.
Oh,
but
yeah, I mean, it's close.
And as fast as Foster hits that ball with as much spin as he hits it, sometimes it's hard to see. Not ill-advised attack on a low backhand there by Hercilio. But you got to like the way that match started with Foster getting 2 points off of really good serves.
Yeah.
Not many people are willing to take that kind of risk, and it paid off in the beginning.
Second serve.
Interesting. Merchant is a lefty, but they were stacking with the backhands in the middle. We've seen that a good amount so far this weekend.
It is interesting because it's not common.
And you also, Rick, do you think that's a matter of just kind of inexperience? Maybe they're not super comfortable with the stack yet, because it can be confusing if you're not super used to it. But, I mean, what other reasons could there be for stacking a lefty on the left side?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like these kids are wise enough to know the lefty typically plays the right side and the righty plays the left side typically. But I also think there's a comfort zone on some of these players to have their backhands a little more to certain positions, and that's what I've kind of seen. I don't see quite the craft on the backhand dinks cross court on the standard side from these kids as you do some of the senior pros and open pros, but they're getting there. A lot of great talent out here.
Yeah. Herman and Merchant really struggling here in game 2 with a lot of errors right out of the gate. They're definitely going to need to tighten that up a little bit. Ooh, that's nice.
Second serve.
Good recognition from Herman as Cabieses was going for that poach.
0-2.
It's a very
Pickup.
nice reset volley by
Yeah.
Foster. Really, really good stuff.
Point.
Hercilio's coming out snapping some of those two-handed backhands. I think he's feeling comfortable that they won the first game 11-5 and up 3-0. I don't think I see him doing that too much in the beginning of matches, but credit to him to getting to a comfort zone. That ball's going out. Another played out ball. It's probably, Lauren, about 4 or 5 out balls that I've seen play.
Yeah.
Receiving team. Score 5-0.
Yeah, looks like Foster and Cabieses heard me talking about that wasn't super aggressive in the first game, because it's the exact opposite now. They've come out just absolutely, I feel like at an 8 maybe right now on a scale of 1 to 10, but certainly much more than they were in game 1. And we have a timeout as a result from Herman and Merchant again. Good amount of errors. Just seem to be thrown off a little bit here. Haven't quite.
Well, when you're up 11-5 and you get a couple free points off your serve up 2-0, it really opens up your body and your mind to be more aggressive, take more chances. And I think that's playing into it a little bit here too. If I was kind of hoping Herman and Merchant would start out a little stronger, where it'd be a tight 2-all, 3-all like we saw in the first game, to see how this game might evolve. But you see a lot of poaching. They did that. They lost the point, but I don't think they're fretting too much being up 5-0 after winning the first game.
Yeah, I think you're going to see Foster and Cabieses play a little bit looser in this game. Seem to be feeling pretty confident, so probably going to take some risks they maybe wouldn't otherwise.
But it'll be an interesting dynamic if they play Wyatt Stone and Gabriel Tardio. I look forward to seeing that match later today, because I think that'll be a fantastic diversification of abilities, and
Yes.
probably I expect a more tense vibe out there.
Yep, Foster and Cabieses are the number 2 seed. Wyatt Stone and Gabriel Tardio are the number 1 seed.
Side out. 5-0-1.
Did it hit him?
I don't think so, and it was definitely out.
It was super out. I thought.
Point. Did it hit you? Did it hit you?
Okay, it did hit him. That's why I was like,
Wow.
it had to have hit him, because it hit the back wall. There's no way he would have called that.
There you go. Finally let
Yes.
one go
Let's let some of these go.
and get out of the way.
Yeah, that too.
0-6-1.
Both are key components.
I do want to say there is a huge differential in experience here. I believe in Merchant and Herman as players, and I think they can go back and watch this video and see kind of where the misdirects, where some of the poaching, where some of the forceful serves come into play. But they've got bright futures. Herman's obviously in really good shape, and Merchant's got a nice long wingspan, and he's a lefty, which is kind of a coveted player to play with. So, look forward to these guys continuing to grow as players.
Absolutely.
2-6-2.
Aces struggles a little bit with that impatientness sometimes.
Definitely.
3-6-2.
He's got a lot of shots in his arsenal, but you're right. He kind of has a little bit of a penchant for the no look and attacking balls that are below the net. So
I feel like someone made a comment about it yesterday, but I just realized I said it, and that's probably what they were talking about. In that impatientness is not a word.
6-3-1.
But what else would I say? It sounds right. It sounds like a real word.
it clearly describes a lot of psychology in the pickleball court.
I mean, all of these balls looked out. I don't know why we're still playing.
Well, it's pretty impressive that Foster's running around like a jackrabbit, getting them all. That's a good point. I'm going to clap it out if I'm allowed to.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that
It
ball
looked wide,
looked
didn't it?
out. Yeah.
I mean, you don't want to give much away. I mean, even though you're up in the second game, it's a 6-3, and that could turn on a dime.
Yeah, absolutely. Play a little too casual and loose, and
Yeah.
could come back to bite you.
Sometimes the shot selection is indicative of a next generation type player compared to maybe somebody that's a little more seasoned veteran. I've played enough matches to know that if you get a little loose, even up 5-2 in the second game, up 1 game to love, I've seen it turn so many times that you can't really take chances like that. Ooh, that was a big body bag. Body bag.
Serve.
That will leave a welt there, Lauren. I've had a few of those.
4-6-2.
Prefer to give them out.
They're called pickleball kisses.
Side out.
It's a nice off-speed flip by Caballesas. Sometimes when people get hit, they have a tendency to want to really crush the next ball, but I'm happy Ursula decided to go soft and roll it low down the middle.
1. Second serve.
Such a cliche, down the middle solves the riddle, but it is a really wise place to go when you hit a low rolling volley. Good reset by Herman. Very nice by Kenny Herman. I'm sure he learned that from his dad.
Yeah, very nice.
I think these guys are playing a little more relaxed in the second game. Merchant and Herman, they look like they're getting more into their skill sets.
Oh, yeah. Definitely tightened up on the errors that we saw.
And
A
if I
lot
was
of.
Caballesas and Foster, I'd be taking a timeout right now. They were way up in the second game, up a set, and now it's tied at 6-all. You got to use those timeouts wisely.
Ooh.
And as Lauren and I said yesterday, you can't take them with you. So
Second serve.
use them wisely.
Correct. 5-6-2.
That was a good poach there from Caballesas. He didn't telegraph it too early. Waited until he saw that floating up a little, which of course they were trying to hit to Foster, but when you leave it up that high, if you have an athletic opponent, opponent are going to be able to get there.
Foster and Cabieses cover a lot of grounds.
Point.
I think Merchant's speeding up the ball a little premature here. I would not do that against Foster and Cabieses. They both have good hands, and I'd really try and move them around more in the kitchen, back and forth, rather than getting the quick point of a speed out on a low volley. That's a tough navigation.
Receiving team score. 8-5-1. 1 minute.
All right, so a timeout from Herman and Merchant as they were close to being able to tie this up, but now Foster and Cabieses have kind of lit a little fire for themselves to pull away a little bit. And yes, Kenny Herman is indeed the son of Ken Herman. Fun fact, Ken Herman, CEO of the APP Tour, is a third. He is Kenneth Herman the third, which makes Kenny a fourth.
Wow, did not know that.
I originally asked Kenny when I met him, I was like, oh, so are you a junior? And he was like, no, I'm a fourth. And I was like, oh, geez, we're getting fancy now.
Time in.
It's great to see 20-year-olds out here playing in NextGen and really bringing a lot of viability to the college-age student in this sport at a high level. College campuses deserve to have pickleball teams, and you look at guys like this that are all pretty much 20-year-olds playing. That is a fantastic serve. Once again, down the middle, he goes forward. I think being up 9-5 opens the mind and the body to go for a serve like that. Now we're looking at match point.
Oh. Oh, it got
There it
him.
is.
Oh, that's tough. Well, double score here, 11-5, 11-5, but that second game, I mean, they both ended up being ultimately kind of close in the middle. Foster and Cabieses pulling out early, catching up, and then pulling away again at the end. But well done from all four of our players. This is a double elimination bracket tournament like the normal tournament. So now Herman and Merchant will head to the consolation bracket. Foster and Cabieses move on. We'll take a short break, head to the Franklin studio, and be right back after this.
If you like to dink, then Pickleball Magazine has what you're looking for. Our bi-monthly print publication will help you become a better player with instructional tips, drills, and articles from the top teaching pros in the sport. And you'll become a healthier, stronger player with psychological, nutritional, and wellness advice from experts in their fields. Finally, if it's product reviews or the latest news, we have that too. To learn more or to subscribe today, go to pickleballmagazine.com.
I'm so ready for NextGen.
This is NextGen Pickleball.
I'm so ready for the NextGen Tour.
Super excited about NextGen.
I can't wait for the APP NextGen Tour.
I'm super excited for NextGen.
Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Jack Foster and Ursilio Cabieses. I'm going to start with you, stranger, because you were kind of a staple on the scene a couple years ago. You moved to Estero, Florida, kind of dropped off a little, had some, family around, all of that. Where have you been, and can we expect to see you a little bit more often on the pickleball scene now?
Yeah, so I'm in Naples, Florida. I just took a job at Gray Oaks Country Club, so that's keeping me busy. And then, of course, I started doing my second master's, so I am busy with the school. And then I'm running Pickleball Peru, so we are spreading pickleball over there and now trying to make it like a whole tour in Latin America. So we are working on that, and that's like taking all my time. So.
I mean, we miss you here in the States, but that's amazing that you're spreading pickleball in Peru. Super cool. And your sister's helping with that as well, right?
Yes, she is. Right now, she actually went to the Dominican Republic to teach a pickleball clinic over there. So we are trying to do that more often and try to go to other places to help spreading pickleball love, right?
I love it. All right, Jack, we know you when you're playing well, you're feeling a little looser. You can take a little more risk. It looked like in that second game especially, you were feeling pretty good. It looked like you guys were playing a little looser, trying to poach a little bit more. Sometimes it got you in trouble, sent you scrambling a little. But do you want to be in that position where you're able to take a little more risk?
Today my job is to stand right where we are and let him do his thing. And I'm just going to put balls back in play, and that's my job today. So
I saw you over here and over there and over there. What are you talking about right here? You were everywhere, sir.
just having fun.
He is having fun. We're having fun watching. So thanks so much for joining us. We have another men's doubles match coming up next here at the San Antonio APP NextGen. So don't go anywhere. So we have a repeat of our gold medal match from yesterday in this men's doubles. I'll wait till Bob's done. Oh, look, Bob has a hard time talking too, just like me. Bob Swisshelm gets us into the action. We have Gabriel Tardio and Wyatt Stone on the far end. They're taking on Alex G in the black and Jake Farinius in the multicolored green shirt. Ooh.
Aggressive start by Wyatt Stone, doing a poach on the very first point, followed up by a fall. I am Rick Witzkin, Senior Pro Mentor here at the NextGen competition, and I am enjoying my couple of days, giving these guys and ladies some great advice and, you know, teaching them to not make mistakes like I made.
0, 1, 2.
We like watching you make mistakes, Rick.
Yeah,
it's fun.
I'm sure.
Always put on a good show.
Yeah, I love it. You got some nice showmanship out of Gabriel Tardio here. He's usually smiling, pretty happy. Maybe more so at noon and later.
Exactly.
Some of these guys probably
A little
used to
early.
sleeping in.
A little early for them. So there's some really nice low cross-court dinks. Those were barely clearing the net.
Yeah, and you kind of expect to have similar type teammates across the net from each other. You got the kind of the bigger, more aggressive player and Jake and Gabriel, and then Stone and Alex are kind of more the solid guys that kind of set the point up. So I expect to see some dinking between Wyatt and Alex, jockeying for that position for the big man to come over and swoop in.
A couple errors from both Stone and Tardio with some putaways into the net.
Didn't see that a lot yesterday.
Now these two teams faced off twice yesterday. Stone and Tardio came out on top both times. But it is Farinius and G right now out in front 5-1 in game one.
I'd be considering a timeout right now, the way Tardio and Stone have come out flat and air prone. Ooh, it's a little adventurous to poach on a ball that low. But he's got a nice long body, so you can't fault a 6'4" guy for going something. I have a tendency to do that.
Jake Farinius in the green, 21 tomorrow. So technically still 20. But a big happy birthday early to him.
College tennis player, right?
Indeed, out of Elotes, Texas.
Ill-advised speed up by G on that backhand, a little high. Pretty calculated response there by Tardio. Looks like they're getting into their groove a little better now. 3-5. Good touch off a good drop. Got to follow it up though.
Yeah, it's like the errors were contagious, and now Farinius and G they've caught them. Oh, yeah.
Looked like there was an opportunity there, but obviously the dimensions of the court here at the CNP don't easily allow the ATP navigation.
Yeah, a little tighter. Is there something, Rick, I know you talked in your seminar to kids yesterday about, the mental aspect of the game, so important, and we kind of preach that all the time as well during all the tournaments. So a lot of times you think, oh, just amazing players, amazing talent and skill, but then if the mental game isn't there, it can be so tough. Do you think there's a mental aspect of when you go up against, the number one seeded team that's supposed to beat everybody, is there something there when you have to face them that can kind of get in your head a little, make you hesitant, make you a little tight when you're playing a team that everyone thinks is going to beat you easily?
Yeah, that's a good question. And obviously, there shouldn't be a lot of pressure on a team like Farinius and G. But I will say that having played competitively, professionally in tennis and in pickleball, knowing that I've been the lower seed plenty of times, getting that relaxation to the point where you're getting on top in a set is one thing, but closing it out, knowing, I mean, Tardio and Stone have had a lot of success at the pro level, and I do think that if it got to 8-all or 9-all, I'd be really curious to see if Jake and Alex could close the match out up at 8 or 9. So to answer your question, I think it's easier to be the underdog, but then once it gets tight, you typically see the seeds that are a little lower, a little less experienced, struggle to finish it off.
Yeah, I think that's generally what I see in matches when teams play, you know, the number 1, number 2 seeded teams. They can come out in front early, but it's the closing that is really the hard thing.
Definitely.
Oh.
Let's see this.
Oh,
Ooh,
yeah.
barely.
Like half your foot was in the kitchen.
Yeah, he was this,
That was big.
He was in the red, right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't go that far. I'd say it looked like his heel, but hey, makes Bob look good. So let's say it was his whole foot.
It wasn't the whole foot, but
No.
half a foot for sure.
He's definitely athletic enough to be able to get out of that kitchen. So he needs to do a longer standing broad jump next time.
Yeah, and that can be tough. You know, Stone isn't nearly as tall as Tardio is, who jumps the kitchen with ease, it looks like. So got to worry about that a little bit more.
Nice balance there by Jake. I'm kind of impressed with him. He, you know, the thing that he is doing well is he gets balanced and reset for a big body. The one area he needs to work on is following up a good shot with a solid shot. I've seen him hit some good shots and then making routine unforced error.
Sure.
He can improve upon that.
7-6-1.
7-6-1 serving.
Point.
You gotta really think about it, opening up your stance and even doing a drop step when a dink like Stones goes deep to the corner. And I feel like Jake tried to respond with his arm rather than his legs there.
Second server. Eight, 6-2. Point.
You know, G, I know, is a tennis player as well, and this is kind of a little bit to me like seasoned
9,
pickleball
6-2.
players versus good pickleball players who are tennis players. And you kind of see that in the shot production and in the consistency of shots.
Point. Ball, please.
Tardio is really good at using his length and his wingspan, like you saw
Yeah.
there, of catching it in the air to get them off balance.
Yeah, and he definitely has some
Timeout.
moments of being impatient as well and can try to speed up balls that are much too low, put them in the net. See that from him, you know, here and there. So he still has those moments as well, while the difference, I think, is how much of your time is those errors versus how much you're not. Because every pickleball player makes errors.
Yeah.
Every single one. The best pickleball player in the world makes errors. But
Your last timeout.
how many of them is the key.
Yeah.
Time in. 10,
The risk reward percentages, if you speed up 10 backhand flick volleys from below the net, you win 6. It's okay that you made 2, 3, 4 errors. It's all a percentage game. Now that was what you're talking about.
Little pretzel.
That was super risky and very high degree of difficulty, and I'm not surprised he missed it.
6, 10,
Turning
1.
inside out from the backhand of the paddle to the forehand of the paddle.
Point.
A little sloppy here, Lauren. So a little more
7, 10,
high
1.
caliber action-packed points yesterday, but I expect these guys to continue to improve into the second set.
Second server.
As mentioned earlier, the number one issue I see out of these next-gen players is attacking low volleys prematurely. It's very difficult to do, and I think a lot of them could really benefit from going into more of a reset volley than an
10,
attack.
7, 1.
Another game point here. That was a very low lob from Tardio.
10, 7, 2.
Ooh, oh, geez.
Side out.
Yeah, he went for. He's got it. He's got a really good spin serve. When he kind of pinches it, that one got
7, 10,
out in front of
1.
him, and he lunged for it instead of trying to reset.
Wow, that's a great reflex point. Fantastic skills.
Really nice rally.
All players.
7, 10, 2. Side out.
Tardio moving that ball deep to the kitchen line rather than aiming 4 feet inside the kitchen, which is important our viewers understand that. You get it closer to the toes, it's going to make that dink more difficult, and I saw those dinks getting progressively more difficult.
All right, so took him a couple tries, but Tardio and Stone get that first game in the books. They will switch ends, and we'll be back into the action with Game 2 in this men's doubles match at the San Antonio NextGen right after this. Welcome back, everyone. About to get into game number 2 here in this men's doubles match.
I did want to touch on something before we start here, Lauren, and that is the serve by Tardio in the last game, he could have let the ball bounce and just bring it back in.
Yep.
And you said to reset, which is very true. So just know, servers, that if you don't take a swing at that ball and you don't like that release, go ahead and let it drop.
Yeah, 10 seconds is a long time.
It is.
It's longer than you think it is. So don't need to rush. Just, grab that ball. Go again. Oh. You got to put an angle on it.
Wow, great defense.
Come on. There.
Oh,
That's what he needed. That's what he needed to do, but he didn't execute.
Yeah. And that's probably the second most important thing I've seen is out of these next geners of improvement is they need to do a better job of angling off their overheads. I see too many overheads bashing back to the baseline. Like you got to turn your body and your hips and get that thing cutting off the sideline more.
And maybe take some power off of it. You don't need to hit it as hard as you possibly can, but that's tough for these younger players as well. They just want to cream the ball as hard as they can. Take a little something off. Yeah, like you said, turn your body, put an angle on it.
Not to mention the geometry here says that the fence is closer to the sideline. So they have
That's
less
tough to
room to
get.
charge it down. So agreed.
So we have Gabriel Tardio in the
0,
green
1,
and
2.
Wyatt Stone in the gray on the near end. For game 2, they're taking on Alex G in the black and Jake Farinish in the green.
You say that way better than me. Fringish.
It's my job, Rick.
1, 1, 2.
Jake is a really talented player. He's kind of the guy
really
that I
is.
didn't know that I'm probably most impressed with this weekend. But he just needs to do a little better job of,
Side out.
after he hits a good shot, playing a solid shot rather than mentally going a little bit awry. Nice angle there.
1, 1, 1.
Oh,
There it is. Case in point, right? And he reset, got the ball
and he
back.
didn't need to do it that quickly.
No,
he had more
you're
than he took maybe 2 seconds out of the 10
True.
to get
True.
that off. You don't need to rush it.
Second server. 1, 1, 2.
Oh,
Side out.
nice matrix move there from Farinish.
G's got a nice little two-handed roll attack
1, 1,
ball.
1.
You can tell that's kind of more of a tennis maneuver that he's learned, and it looks really good. I like it. I don't like him attacking that ball, and Tardio shouldn't have missed the volley. If Tardio takes an extra lunge step, he makes that volley.
2,
Can't just reach. Good anticipation. Ooh.
Oh, sorry, wrong side. Second server.
You got 4 good athletes out here. Good reflexes,
2, 1,
quick.
2.
Definitely create some awesome points to watch.
Point.
Sometimes with tennis players, you can see a development of a backswing where you know they're going to attack. And I'm wondering if, Wyatt Stone saw that there. I certainly did. It's good to know somebody's background coming into pickleball.
Side out.
Was it ping pong? Was it racquetball? Was it squash? Was it tennis?
1, 3, 1. Second server.
Yeah, we talk a lot about some of the best players are able to
1,
kind of
3, 2.
not show that backswing so they don't project what they're about to do or where they're going. There's other players that just have a massive windup, and you're like, you know what they're doing. You just maybe don't know where it's going.
That serve was really close.
Oh, that was a nice pickup from G.
Second server. 3, 1, 2. Side out.
I don't think Stone was aiming for the court there.
He sure was not. That was body or bust.
When you get a slower ball that sits up a little bit like that, and you got a big opponent like Jake
1,
on the other
3,
side,
1.
it's not a bad play. Not personal. Nice manipulation of the ball and those dinks, moving it around side to side. Don't want to keep dinking to the same spot, that's for sure. That's a little too high.
Point.
Tardy will finish that in style. Lauren, I think our viewers need to know that, because sometimes at the amateur level, I see people getting offended that they got hit by a ball, but
Or that someone purposely tried to hit them with the ball.
right. But that's part of the game. And
Absolutely.
I don't think anybody should get too up in arms about getting hit by a pickleball when they are a target, and maybe they or their partner left the ball up too high.
Point.
There is a difference between, an accidental, a little too close to the face, maybe.
True.
And sometimes there's people that they're just trying to hit people constantly.
Yeah.
It can't be your whole game. if your whole objective is just to try and hit your opponent as often as possible, I don't think it'll get you very far.
Yeah.
3, 3, 2.
Yeah, aiming for the torso and the chest is a wise strategy. Obviously, the head's a lot more narrow, so that's not a wise place to aim for anyway. 4-3 serving.
Oh,
Wow.
Point.
a little bit. That
Timeout receiver.
shot right there from
5, 3, 2,
Frinish
1 minute.
reminds me that at the pro level, especially high level 5-0 as well, you'll see players, they even if it gets popped up, they stay engaged. You can absolutely get that next shot back.
100%.
I can't tell you how many times I see players get shots that they should never get.
Right.
And it looked like Frinish kind of gave up after that got hit. And so if he had stayed a little more in it and engaged, I think he had a good shot at that next ball. But he just kind of, you see younger players, maybe inexperienced players, they just kind of, I popped it up, it's done.
Yeah.
Turn around, walk away. Whatever the case may be. Don't do that. It's like stay in. You have no idea how many shots you could get back.
Yeah, and in a tennis background, the let court is a little more pronounced and a little more difficult to rebound from. But in pickleball, the court's smaller. The balls travel so close to that net. Net courts are pretty common, and you're right. You need to completely stay engaged and know that's going to happen multiple times during a match. I don't like Tardio going with his inside-out forehand down the line on a low ball. That's a really tough shot to execute. And he's got a lot of skill, but I'd stay away from that if I were him.
Second server.
I mean, G was so far back in the court trying to hit that cross-court dink. That is
3,
tough.
5, 2. Side out.
It looked like a little bit of indecision before he went into his Ernie, and then that ball was so low. You might think about an Ernie, but if you wait before you make that move, it's a very difficult shot to execute. Tardio snapping some extra spin now, feeling pretty good. Nice ATP.
I liked this shot from Farinish. I thought it was, had some nice angle. Tardio really had to go for it, but again, Tardio has a little bit more experience.
Point.
Starting to pull away a little.
7, 3, 1. Second server. 7, 3, 2.
Nice deep return. Stone does a good job methodically advancing back up into the kitchen after a deep return. He's very good at that. Interesting that Tardio moved to the left to take a backhand when Stone was set for his forehand. I'm not sure I'd do that in that scenario, and I think it got him a little bit off balance. Nice angles. There's an angle overhead we were talking about, right?
Very nice.
Good placement.
Good defense on this ATP from Farinish. But again, a lot of times you can't control the defense of the ATP super well.
Side out.
Just so our viewers know, they are using the Franklin ball here. Doesn't travel quite as fast, a little easier to play defense
7,
and
3, 1.
power moments. Nice balance to get back for that.
Second server.
So they still kind of have a commanding lead here of our game and 7-3-2. But I want to make sure they stay tight with their execution and their shot selection. Just a few more routine mistakes on the dinks from Farinas and G. It's a good low drive. well placed and some ill-advised speed ups on both sides.
3-9-1.
It's interesting, there was 2 drops. G dropped one in, and they didn't move in to the net. And then Farinish dropped one in, and they didn't really move in.
4-9-1.
The whole point of the drop is to get to the net.
True. I think he must have heard you because he got in there quickly.
Point.
Stone got an attackable ball and didn't take advantage.
You're right. And Farinas did a little bit to Tardio what Tardio's been doing to him, which is kind of sticking that big bear paw out there on the backhand and caught him off guard.
Second server.
It's a good eye by Tardio. You see a big guy like Farinas come in with a big swing, tennis swing. It's time to get out of the way.
Side out.
So 9-5-1 and up a set.
9-5-1.
Great reset half volley
Second server.
by Tardio. Jake did a good job moving that ball around and went to Stone for the air.
9-5-2.
Oh, he almost served that before Bob was done calling the score. I think Bob gave him a little cushion on that one.
Perhaps.
Point.
I just feel like when I watch these dink rallies that Stone and Tardio are going to just make one more
10-5-2.
than Farinas and G because
Yeah.
they've done it so many times and just a little inexperienced. But these 4 players are all really good players
Absolutely.
and fun to watch.
This is a match point for Tardio and Stone.
A lot of backspin on these dinks here. A lot of cutting on those backhand side. You see their paddle face open significantly before they strike. Resetting, and there it is.
Point. Game and match.
Very nice match here, but once again, Stone and Tardio are able to come out on top over Furnish and G, so they drop to our consolation bracket. We will keep you guys rolling here and update you into our next match. I believe we'll have another men's doubles. Our women's bracket is fairly small, so they're playing a little double round robin, but we'll definitely have a match of theirs coming up here shortly. But don't go anywhere. More action here at the Next Gen San Antonio Chicken and Pickle coming your way right after this. Welcome back, everyone. And that actually was a semifinal match we just had. This is our second semifinal match now about to kick off. But first, I have to give a big shout out to watcher Red Star, who is one of the English fans that was watching last week at the English Open, learned about stacking for the first time, and now is implementing it in a tournament this weekend and saying it's going very successfully. So a big shout out to Red. That's awesome. I love to hear it. All right, Chris Galan, our referee, kicks us into the action here in the second semi. We have Jack Foster in the pink on the far end and Ursilio Cabiesis in the white. They are taking on Garrett Whitehead in the blue on the near end, and Eli Bertram in the gray. Bertram, 17 years old, from Mount Carmel, Illinois, while Garrett Whitehead is 17 as well, from Draper, Utah. Oh, nice drop there. A little low for that attack. Also, big shout out to Chris at Chicken and Pickle, who delivered us some chicken and waffles moments before we went on air. So I can't eat them yet, but they're waiting for me, and I'm very excited about it. Oh, I'm showing them. So sorry, I didn't know you had the cameras on me. Look at this. I cut it all up so it looks like a mess now. I'm getting ready. Oh, a little net cord into the body there for Bertram.
2-2-1. Second serve. Two.
Good recognition there. We saw a lot of outballs being played earlier in the day.
2-2-1.
Seems like Whitehead and Bertram. Oh. Looks like it just missed that baseline. But what a kick. I think Foster would have missed that. Whitehead had a lot of success with his spin serve yesterday. It's very aggressive, kicks a lot.
2-2-1.
been interesting if Bertram had gotten that over the net with Cabieses going for that Ernie.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, amazing.
Second serve.
Well anticipated there from Bertram.
3, 2, 2.
That went just long on the return, fortunately.
Four, 2, 2.
Oh, so good. Bertram, just quick hands. He is ready for these speed ups.
2, 4, 1. Boy. 3, 4, 1.
Ooh, Bertram rocking a little spin serve himself. That one got a little away from him.
Serve. 3, 4, 2. Side out.
Yeah, with those big serves, you do have the risk of pushing a little long or missing the serve, but ooh, that one sails long. A lot of these players, they're willing to risk missing a couple serves if they're able to also get some points off of these serves as well.
Side out. 3, 4, 1.
Oh, that return looked very close to being deep, but Whitehead plays it, almost had a beautiful drop as a result.
Side out. 4, 3, 1.
It was my first time yesterday seeing Whitehead and Bertram play for the first time, and just outrageously impressed with both of them. Beautifully done. And just because, you know, a player is younger perhaps, or we have not seen playing in pro before, doesn't mean that they don't have, you know, the full package, and after they get some more tournament play under their belt, I mean, look at this. Look at this. We will easily we could see Whitehead and Bertram playing on the pro tour, you know, in the next year.
4, 1.
They're just so impressive at their young age. Good communication.
Second serve. 4, 4, 2.
Well done. Had to lunge a little bit for that poach, but
5, 4, 2. Boy. 6, 4, 2.
7-4.
Point. 7-4-2.
Scoreboard froze up a little.
Point.
So well played. Whitehead and Bertram really finding a groove here that is working for them. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, nice hands. It'll be a little interesting to see if Foster and Cabieses, who are now trailing by 4, start to press a little here, because I'm sure they feel like they shouldn't be down 4. These are the number 2 and 3 seeds, so should be a pretty even matchup between these two.
Point. 6-8-1. Serve. 6-8-2. Point.
Wow, really nice drive. They let that go up the middle. It does stay in.
7-8-2.
Man, Bertram with these hands. Oh, nice spot there finally from Cabieses.
8-8-2.
Oh, almost picked it up behind Foster.
Second serve.
Yeah, that's tough. Bertram puts so much spin on that when Foster then returns it, it can
8-8-2.
almost work against them.
Side out. 8-8-1. Second serve. 8-8-2. Side out.
All right, this is getting very interesting now that we're tied up at 8s. Both teams holding each other a little bit here.
Second serve.
Just misses that down the sideline, going for that back corner.
8-8-2. Side
I think a
out.
couple of those balls might have been going long that
8-8-1.
Bertram played. Still tied at 8s. Bit ill-advised on that lob there from Cabieses. Just left it a little short. I think if he had gotten a little bit more on it into that back corner, possibly would have been a little more successful. Oh, that's so tough. Whitehead and Bertram both thought the other was going for that one, and they both kind of pulled off.
9-8-2. Side out.
Bertram's been doing a really nice job keeping those shots fairly low. That one definitely a little too high. Foster now reading those spin serves a little bit better. Definitely used to seeing some of them from other players.
9-8-1.
Yeah, it looked when Whitehead was doing a really great job on that cross-court dink, but when he changed it up to go straight up, which can be difficult, he left it up a little high, which kind of set off that chain of events. Ooh, the power from Bertram on that overhead.
10-8-2. Right out. Eight, 10-1. Second serve. 8-10-2.
I like that poach there from Bertram. Bit of an awkward kind of backhand forehand there in the middle, but gets him within one.
Right out. Ten, 9-1.
Again, that backhand forehand punch from Bertram. That is such a nice shot. Can they hold him one more time? Oh, that's just a nice little flick. Whitehead left up a little high, but really nicely done. We'll see if Whitehead and Bertram can maybe perhaps pull out the second game, force a third one. We'll be back into the action right after this.
I'm so ready for NextGen.
This is NextGen Pickleball. I'm so ready for the NextGen Tour.
Super excited about NextGen.
I can't wait for the APP NextGen Tour.
I'm super excited for NextGen.
If you like to dink, then Pickleball Magazine has what you're looking for. Our bi-monthly print publication will help you become a better player with instructional tips, drills, and articles from the top teaching pros in the sport. And you'll become a healthier, stronger player with psychological, nutritional, and wellness advice from experts in their fields. Finally, if it's product reviews or the latest news, we have that too. To learn more or to subscribe today, go to pickleballmagazine.com.
back into the action here in our second semifinal matchup in the men's doubles of the APP Next Gen San Antonio Series tournament. We have Jack Foster in the pink, Ercilio Cabieses in the white on the near end now for game 2. They take on Garrett Whitehead in the gray. Excuse me, Garrett Whitehead in the blue. Eli Bertram in the gray on the far end. Jet lag still an issue, Spencer. Nice hands there from Whitehead. Serve was called out. Chris Galan, our referee, could not see it clear. Oh, Whitehead aced Jack Foster on that. Both Whitehead and Bertram have some nasty spin serves. Not the first ace he's gotten this weekend, that's for sure. Cabieses really far behind the kitchen line there as he tries to drop that back in, leaves a little short.
1-1-2.
Oh, did it get him? Or did he? I don't think it touched him. Okay, didn't touch him.
1-1-1.
Got a foot fault on Cabieses on the push-off. Regardless, as Daniel Roditi likes to say, shank you very much. That did not stay in, though, after it was off the tip of Cabieses' paddle. Yeah, I mentioned earlier, Whitehead and Bertram saw them for the very first time yesterday, both of them 17. Whitehead out of Draper, Utah, and Bertram out of Mount Carmel, Illinois.
Second serve.
Outrageously impressed with both of them.
3-1-2.
Oh, wow, really nice rally there. Good scrambling on both ends.
1-3-1. Boy. 2-3-1. Boy.
Haven't seen Bertram struggle too much with the drives. He's been really good at countering them. If you look at Cabieses, he's watching himself right now. There's a screen that is up on the wall that you guys can't really see on the stream, but all of the players, when you see them looking up, they're looking at themselves on the on the YouTube feed that's a little delayed from live.
Boy.
Queen Shay, good morning.
4-3-1.
Wow, good hustle there from Foster. Wow, great job from Cabieses and Foster getting back in there. Oh, they come out on top. What a great jab. Foster was into the sidelines about twice during that rally.
5-3-1. Point.
Bertram looks at his paddle a little bit. Just pulled that two-handed backhand
6-3-1.
across his body a little too much.
Second serve. 6-3-2.
Odoth, I was borrowing someone's paddle because I didn't have mine.
Point. Timeout's been called by the receiving team. Score 7-3-2. 1 minute.
All right, we have a timeout here from Whitehead and Bertram as Foster and Cabieses are pulling away a little bit now, but this has been some very exciting rallies, some really great gets, some good defense. This is a semifinal, so the winner of this will head to the winner bracket final, where they will take on Wyatt Stone and Gabriel Tardio. The loser of this will drop down and face my maybe fan favorites of yesterday, which were Jace Landier, 13 years old, and Jaden Broderick, 16. Two players I also have never seen before that just made me super excited for the future of pickleball. Hope to see both of them on the pro scene soon as well. Even at their young age, I think we're going to see more and more teenagers coming onto the pro scene because they're getting into the game so much younger. They're able to develop these skills so early. And then, of course, you have oh. Wow, nicely done. But you have, of course, with youth, you have the reflexes, the hand speed, the athleticism, the quickness that all comes with being younger. The body able to just handle a lot more. And some of those tournament days can be pretty grueling.
Second serve.
Bertram gets hit, I think, in the ankle with that one.
3-8-2. Slide out. 8-3-1. Point.
Game and match point
Second serve.
here for Foster and Cabieses. Take two.
10-3-2.
Great hands there from Bertram. Cabieses almost able to get the behind the back to stay in, but sails a little long.
10-1. Second serve.
Right on that sideline. Coming up next, we're going to have our ladies taking center court.
3-10-2.
So stay tuned for that. Oh, yeah, that was really low. I think Cabieses knew that wasn't going to be good for him, but he already kind of
4-10-2.
committed.
Side out. 10-4-1. Second serve. 10-4-2.
Another match point.
Side out. 4-10-1.
Ooh,
Second.
that snag Kenny Herman. And another big big hold here from Whitehead and Bertram as Foster and Cabieses. Another couple match point opportunities not able to capitalize on.
Side out. Tempo 1.
The tweener.
Second serve.
Cabieses absolutely had a between the legs tweener right there.
10-4-2. Point game match.
Bertram pulls that a little wide again. Saw that same shot from him earlier. The score in the second game here, I just don't really think reflected the level of play that was going on, but unfortunately, Whitehead and Bertram just couldn't get it going enough here on their serve to put enough points on the board to keep it as close as they did in game one. So they'll drop to our consolation bracket. And Jack Foster and Ercilio Cabieses will face Gabriel Tardio and Wyatt Stone in our winner bracket final. But like I mentioned, our ladies, they are coming up next. So don't go anywhere. Back into the action here at San Antonio, Texas, Chicken and Pickle with the APP Next Gen right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to APP Next Gen San Antonio, Texas. Lauren McLaughlin and Rick Witzkin back on the mic here at the Chicken and Pickle.
0-0-2.
Bob Swisshelm kicks us off into our ladies matchup. On the near end, we have Olivia Sutton in the black pants, 15 years old, out of Festus, Missouri, and her partner, Ellie Smith, 23, out of Bone Gap, Illinois, in the black skirt. They take on Amanda Hendry in the purple and Ivy Cheddar in the pink on the far end. Hendry, 23 years old as well, out of Port St. Lucie, Florida, and Ivy Cheddar, 17, out of White Bear Lake, Minnesota.
Happy to be here, Lauren. These girls, I know three of them pretty darn well. Sutton and Smith both come from a volleyball background. I know Ellie Smith, who lives not too far from Indiana, played a few tournaments that I've run, and she's a good little athlete and only been playing for a year. So she's pretty impressive, and she's in her 20s, and she played mixed doubles yesterday with Eli.
Yes, Bertram, who we just saw in our previous match. They played very well. That goes on. Ivy Cheddar, who is in the pink, as I mentioned, saw her last year at Next Gen as well. And she has played a couple tournaments, participated in the Duper Tuesday Night in America events that they had at Dreamland. But I was very surprised. I was talking to her earlier. She's never played another sport in her whole life, ever.
That's crazy.
And I was like, what? That blew my mind.
I'm certain that if she played tennis, she'd pick it up quickly.
I mean, she's just so athletic. I feel like she could play any number of sports.
She absolutely could.
Nice pull there from Smith.
And I know Ivy through, I played her in the Battle of the Sexes there at the Major League Pickleball, and she's such a good, powerful player, and I think she's getting better at softening up her game too. And so Amanda Hendry, I don't know quite as well, but I know she's a heck of a player and connected to Jack Foster, and those two practice a lot and play a lot together, and this is just going to be a great matchup.
2, 3, 1.
I mean, oh, did she touch it? She touched it though.
Yeah.
Oh, that's tough. I mean, I got to see Smith and Sutton for the first time yesterday playing. Just super impressed with both of them. But Olivia Sutton, 15 years old, she to me has been kind of my standout female here this weekend of this new crop of talent.
Well, I'm impressed with her aggressiveness. She's got a nice two-handed backhand. I know she likes pro Lauren Stratman and plays a lot like Lauren. So, yeah, I would agree. She is one standout player out of the girls. But I think it's just a real interesting thing to think about who's going to have the most diversification of shots in this women's match. That's what I'm looking for.
3, 1.
We didn't have as many ladies this weekend. I think pickleball in general kind of, oh no, we lost the ball under the table. I got you, Ellie.
Actually, it's on this side.
Is it?
You look in there. I see it.
We got it, guys. Under the table, getting crazy.
Yes, you are. 4, 3, 1.
Yes.
Point.
The girls are stacking on that return point. Good deep serve by Cheddar. She gets a nice elevation over the net there.
5, 3,
Gets some
1.
good spin. See a lot of thirds being driven in this match.
Oh, wow.
Whoa,
Oh my
great
goodness.
exchange.
Such great hands there from Smith. She got, I think, 5 back before ultimately Cheddar was able to put one away, get it past her. But that's why you don't give up.
6,
I mean,
3, 1.
just hang in there.
You know, one thing Cheddar has going for her, maybe more so than the other girls, is her wingspan. You can tell that she's a tall, lanky girl, and it really allows the volleys over the kitchen line to be sped up and catch them high.
Timeout receivers. 7, 3, 1. 1 minute.
So the score is kind of pulled away really quickly, but it's one of those games where there's been a couple more errors for Sutton and Smith, but I think if you take out those, like, this is much closer. Just watching this play, you wouldn't expect it to be 7-3. Very close rallies, but Cheddar and Hendry have come out on top of more of them, which obviously is what helps you win games. Less errors.
It seems like these girls all have the shots. They all have a penchant for speeding it up. And I just think, it would be wise for Sutton and Smith to drop their thirds a little more, be a little more calculated with some dinking, and move these girls around a little more.
Servers, you still have 2. Time in. 7, 3, 1.
It's pretty clear by their stacking that Sutton likes to play that left side a little more, and Smith likes to play the even side a little more.
7, 3, 2. Point.
It's a really nice drop and then an intense forehand swing volley. Good balance there by Hendry.
8, 3, 2. Side out.
Yeah, it does seem like Sutton is a little bit more of the power player
3,
between
8, 1.
herself and Ellie Smith. So it makes sense she would be on that left side.
Second server.
He's a little wide on the sideline there.
3, 8-2. Side out.
These girls are placing their volleys at the feet of their opponent pretty well. Side out, 8-3 serving, Shetter and Hendry.
3, 1. Football.
I really like Hendry's
Point.
off-paced rolling drops. She's good at that. And she's making her opponents hit up on the ball, which is obviously an important thing in pickleball. Yeah, there we go again.
Oh, yeah, that was just such a beautiful drop.
I think she must have heard me. Right on point.
Yeah, it was the couple rallies earlier when Ellie Smith got called on the football on her Ernie. It looks like she's just sort of learning how to Ernie, and that can be tough. It's a little tough when you're not used to it to get used to it. So it looked like she was a little awkward on the way she tried to play that, but I think again with a little more practice, she'll get a little more confident in the Ernie ability.
Side out.
Little luck never hurt anybody.
Yep.
You're right, Sutton definitely looks to attack those balls.
Point. Four, 10, 1. Second server. 4, 10, 2.
And you're resetting volleys from the transition area. You don't want to be moving. You want to be stationary.
Side out.
You got a little bit of trouble there, Sutton moving backwards as she's hitting that reset volley.
10, 4, 1.
So you got a set point here.
Point and game. First game, 11-4.
All right.
Goes to Cheddar and Hendry.
So Cheddar and Hendry took a couple rounds to get there, but closing out game one. So we'll take a short break in game number 2 here in our ladies matchup. Coming your way right after this. Welcome back here to our Next Gen San Antonio stop. We have 2 more left this year in Dallas and Kansas City. But we're kicking off into game number 2 here in our women's doubles. We have Ivy Cheddar in the pink, Amanda Hendry in the purple on the near end. Oh, nice hands from Olivia Sutton in the black pants, and her partner Ellie Smith in the black skirt on the far end.
0-0-1.
Not only was Sutton ready for the quick volley, but she got it down with a nice roll. So that was a great way to start the second game.
Second server.
I think what's so impressive is at such a young age for so many of these players,
0-0-2.
already having just the mechanics and fundamentals of some of these shots. Way better than, you know, older, even more experienced players. Very impressive.
Yeah, a lot of good athletes here this weekend. I enjoyed getting to know a lot of them, and you know, when you think about the personalities, you know, Ellie and Olivia are both so positive. They lost the first game, but they had nice rapport and energy coming across the net post to the other side, and I see their positivity. You know, Amanda seems like a really nice, sweet, calm, and Ivy, I've played against her, and I've also seen her play this weekend. I think she's got a really good, kind of a little more of a fiery, come on, let's go, which I totally appreciate and endorse as a pro player. So it's been fun to see these girls.
Good lead. Yeah, and that is the point of these Next Gen tournaments. You know, this is specifically for player development of players 23 and under. And you get to see so many new faces, new talent that, you know, we hope are the future of pickleball.
Totally. Good speed up, getting nice chemistry and getting a little fire there. That's great. You know, Lauren, the money here is impressive that these kids are playing for. But, you know, when my mentor seminar yesterday, I just told them I really don't focus on the money that I play for. And I think it's a really wise thing for them to not focus on. Focus on your development, focus on reaching your goals. But
Sure.
I think,
Well, especially at this stage of their, you know, hopefully long pickleball careers. Ooh.
it's a really nice drive, and you know, Shutter had a long way to go to get that ball. So it's a very smart down the line drive by Smith. Followed up by that.
Looked a little like she was rushing that.
I agree.
I feel, again, we talked about a little bit earlier, you have 10 full seconds. Take a minute. Just take a beat, you know, focus on your serve, do it the way you want to.
Nice rolling backhand by Hendry. And I also think once you get momentum and you lost the first game, you get amped up, you still have to take your time on your serve and your return. And it's easy to get caught up in the moment and go too fast. It's a really good low volley by Shutter.
Definitely played an out ball there, but again, I love Olivia Sutton. It looks textbook Lauren Stratman, that fully extended forehand volley that she's hitting. Gets so much power.
2-3-2. Point.
Yeah, a little indecision there, it looked like, from Sutton.
3-3-2. Point.
You see a number of two-handed backhand volleys from these gals, and they really are good at placing that ball close to the net with a lot of power.
Side out. 3-4-1.
A little confusion.
I think that it would have been wise for Sutton to stay in her lane there. It looks like Smith had no problem moving up to that transition drop.
And I'm pretty sure this is the first time they've played together. So I'm sure there's always, you know, a new time partnership going to be some of that confusion about who's taking what ball.
Definitely. Handed in.
Got it.
Shatter, some of her balls are going out, but she did a nice job taking some of the pace off of that.
5,
Dropped
3,
in.
1.
You know, it's almost like Shatter and Hendry are fire and ice. You know, you got the nice, smooth, cool roll of Hendry on that third. Shatter charges in with that tall, lanky body and then just looks to really attack volleys. So you really have a nice complementary team over there.
6, 3, 2.
Nice shot by Smith.
Really nice angle there.
The pride of Illinois, Ellie Smith.
Absolutely.
Second server.
Olivia's at St. Louis, is that correct?
Yes.
3, 6,
Festus,
2.
Missouri, which I think is just outside of St. Louis.
Side out.
Drop was a little high, allowing Shatter to go down the line. Obviously, for you amateur players out there, a little easier to go down the line on those volleys if the ball's above the net. Lower volleys, typically a little more cross court.
Timeout receiver. 7, 3, 1. 1 minute.
Wise use of the timeout there.
And again, I think they're right there. They're right in it. They have the right spots, the right shots. It's just the execution is just not quite there on some of these with some of the errors into the net, like we saw Sutton on that last one, you know, missing some serves. I think once you kind of clear up those, I mean, this is a much, much tighter match.
Yeah, you don't see a huge discrepancy in abilities and shot-making capabilities, but you're right. The errors are really kind of what's a little different. I also think Shatter's wingspan and power is a little threatening to players on the other side of the net.
Sure.
I think that's, you know, complemented with Hendry's nice, smooth, soft rolling.
1 remaining timeout.
That's just a tough combination, but you're right. Overall, I feel like these players have not a lot of differences in their skill sets.
I think that is really a huge thing that happens when you get into those upper levels. It's the errors come down. So when you have the consistency, that's really what you gain as you work up the levels, in addition to, you know, extra skills, better execution, all of that. But
Point.
It's a little too low to be reaching and snapping there. Maybe a reset volley on that reach for Smith would have been a better option. 8-3-1. Well in control. Shatter. And the put away, Hendry.
yeah, I'd like to see maybe just a little more patience from Sutton and Smith as well. They're trying to speed up
3, 1.
a little too quickly, I think. Oh, that's a nice drive there from Hendry. And that will get them a game point, match point.
10, 3, 1.
Good pickup. Wow,
What?
that's nice.
Oh my, I just need like a slow-mo of Sutton's shot. She's like that full, but then she's coming over it so quickly, fully extended on that forehand. It's so nice.
Impressive.
Side out.
Hendry got jammed there a little bit. Could have moved her feet a little better on that.
3, 10, 1.
Saying there's a chance.
Still alive.
Second server.
Sutton is a musician as well. She plays the ukulele
Oh,
and
hey.
another string
3,
instrument.
10, 2.
But I think sometimes her game reminds me more of some rock and roll than a symphony.
Absolutely. She definitely reminds me of some other big power players in the pro game that you just have to harness that power a little bit more because she has it in spades, no question. Just got to focus a little bit more on it.
Side out. 10-4-1.
Good
Second
leave.
server.
Definitely saw it yesterday in mixed. Ellie Smith doesn't quite have the power on some of her shots in the overheads that
Agreed.
the other players do.
Yeah. She's got a nice two-handed roll down at her feet, which kind of set up Olivia in the last point. But you're right. There's a need for more power, and I think as she progresses her
10-1.
in experience, she'll start using her outside leg to create more force
Second server.
generated to the inside leg.
Yeah, and that's the thing too to remember is it doesn't matter what size you are. That doesn't equate to how much power you can get.
Right.
It's really how you hit the shot.
Yeah. And also, a lot of people think it's generated just from the arms, but
Exactly.
really the core is so important in the power generation.
As well as the wrist, is that right?
Point. Game and match.
All right, so
Second game, 11-4.
really nicely played from all four ladies.
You are the winners.
But Ivy Cheddar and Amanda Hendry come out on top. But a big congrats to Olivia Sutton. Look at that, going over, thanking our referee, learning that amazing pickleball etiquette right out of the gate. But congrats to all four of our ladies. They played very well. We'll have another men's doubles match coming your way after this. I'll head to the Franklin studio, and we'll be back into the action here at the APP NextGen San Antonio right after this.
If you like to dink, then Pickleball Magazine has what you're looking for. Our bi-monthly print publication will help you become a better player with instructional tips, drills, and articles from the top teaching pros in the sport. And you'll become a healthier, stronger player with psychological, nutritional, and wellness advice from experts in their fields. Finally, if it's product reviews or the latest news, we have that too. To learn more or to subscribe today, go to pickleballmagazine.com.
Welcome back to the Franklin studio, everyone. Lauren McLaughlin here with Amanda Hendry and Ivy Cheddar, who just came out on top of that match. Well done, ladies. So we talk all the time, strategy. As we came into today, what was the conversation between you two ladies about what you wanted to accomplish on the court?
Yeah, just coming out here, being consistent. I think that was our main goal. We found that when I was back and I was dropping or driving and Ivy would rush the net, we would have some success there. So just kind of attacking here and there, but mostly just trying to be consistent overall.
So we saw you last year in NextGen as well. Glad to have you back, and you're starting to dip your toe into some pro events as well. What are kind of your goals for yourself in terms of the development you hope to see maybe the rest of this year?
I definitely would hope to be doing really well in the pro. I mean, winning would be cool, but, just being able to hang with the pros in the APP Tour would be real fun.
Are there anything like specifically in your game that you want to do better maybe than you're doing now in terms of maybe your drops, your drives, anything specifically that you're like, I want to work on that?
I really want to work on my singles game. I'm not a great singles player, so this is great practice. I don't normally play singles at tournaments, so coming here, I do all three, and it's a lot of fun. So,
Well, very well done today, ladies. Well played. Very exciting watching you guys. So we are going to take a short break, and we're back into our men's doubles here at NextGen right after this.
If you like to dink, then Pickleball Magazine has what you're looking for. Our bi-monthly print publication will help you become a better player with instructional tips, drills, and articles from the top teaching pros in the sport. And you'll become a healthier, stronger player with psychological, nutritional, and wellness advice from experts in their fields. Finally, if it's product reviews or the latest news, we have that too. To learn more or to subscribe today, go to pickleballmagazine.com.
have a very exciting matchup and some fan favorites from yesterday taking the court now. This is a consolation bracket match before we get into our men's winner bracket final. We have Garrett Whitehead and Eli Bertram, who we saw a couple matches ago. They are going to be taking on Jaden Broderick and Jace Landier. Let's see which end our players are starting on. Looks like Bertram and Whitehead are heading to the far end. Garrett Whitehead in the blue shirt, Eli Bertram in the gray. And they are taking on Jaden Broderick, who is in the black shorts. And he's 6'4" at 16 years old, so he kind of stands out in a crowd. From Greenville, South Carolina, and his partner in the red shorts, Jace Landier, out of Caledonia, Michigan. Shout out to my Michiganders. And he is 13 years old. And I haven't seen a lot of 13-year-olds that look like Jace, so very impressed with his play already. Garrett Whitehead, 17 years old, out of Draper, Utah. And Eli Bertram, also 17, out of Mount Carmel, Illinois. Peter. Shay Peter's in the chat. Oh my gosh, Peter. Yes, I'm missing the velvet voice.
0-0-1.
Both Whitehead and Bertram have some pretty intense spin serves. Oh, great hands there from Landier. Oh, a little pretzel action. I mean, come on. Ooh, there's that serve right there from Whitehead. Have seen him get, excuse me, more than a couple free points off of this serve.
2-0-2.
Yeah, Landier left that last dink just a little too high. I think Broderick knew Whitehead was going to speed it up. He was waiting for it, just couldn't quite get a great paddle on it. And there is the risk part of a serve like that. A lot of reward if it works, but you're probably going to miss some of them as well. Again, this is one match to 15. They'll switch ends at 8.
0-3-2.
Oh my goodness. That flip right there from Whitehead. Bit of a pretzel, but kind of flipping around that inside out forehand. Oh, nice get. Wow. Oh, really nice job chasing that down. Odoff. Get out of here with that. And again, that is, gotta respect the decision to try and lob somebody that's 6'4". Oh, that ball is rolling down several of the courts. Rick Witzkin and Ken Herman have, I think, every other male player doing drills down at the far end, as you can see. So even if some players are done with the tournament or they're waiting for a match, there is still things to be involved in. Oh, Ivy's down there as well. Some good mentoring going on and just working on their games again. The whole point of NextGen is player development.
Second serve. 5-0-2.
All right, Landier and Broderick need to make a move here, start getting some points on the board. It's going to go wide. Broderick is a lefty. They have been kind of mixing up their stacks, sometimes playing straight up, but it looks like so far here in this matchup, it looks like they're stacking to keep Broderick on that right side, put the 2 forehands in the middle, which I think is smart of them to do. I mean, come on, that 2-handed backhand, he just absolutely rips that ball, gets the pop-up, and then, I mean, he's 6'4", there's nothing he can't get in terms of something that gets popped up, puts it away. Ooh, sends that a little long, just didn't quite get enough top spin on it to keep that down. That ball got a little too on Landier, but a really nice run for them. Got back within 1 after being down 5-0. As I mentioned, Jace Landier out of Caledonia, Michigan, which is just outside of Grand Rapids. So he said he drills with Andrea Koop about once a week, and she's really helping him kind of with some mentoring, working on his game. So, I mean, having one of the top female players in the game being your mentor, not too shabby. Gets that back corner, and we're tied up. I mean, the drives from Landier and Broderick. Seeing them yesterday for the first time, I was just blown away by it, and continuing to impress here today as well. Well, yeah, looks like Jace is rocking a Beer City Open hat as well. He will be playing there in just a couple weeks. Our next stop on the APP Tour. Well done, really nice patience. Some good backhand cross-court dinking there from Landier and Whitehead. Being nice and patient, waiting for a ball to get left a little too high. And again, if you're Broderick's height, a ball is more easily attackable than a player that's not as tall. Matthew Pace, I saw you guys were playing in Beer City together. I'm super excited for that. Shout out to Matt Pace. Tough, but again, really nice backhand cross-court dinking between Landier and Whitehead. If you watch Landier, he always keeps that paddle well out in front of him in that ready position. 1 point away from an end change. Oh, and we've got the stack switch here. Broderick on that left side during that exchange. Nice reset there from Landier. Really nicely done there from Broderick, keeping that power a little bit less, but placement exactly where he wanted it. So after trailing 5-0 here, they are now in the lead and triggered the end change, up 8-7 over Garrett Whitehead and Eli Bertram. We will have our men's doubles winner bracket final coming up next. It's going to be Jack Foster and Ursilio Cabieses taking on Wyatt Stone and Gabriel Tardio. There's Rick Witskin and Ken Herman drilling with our players. Everyone always has such a great time at these Next Gen tournaments. It's always so fun to watch. The atmosphere is definitely more casual than a normal tournament, a little more laid back. The main goal is really to have fun and enjoy being here, getting to play with some peers your own age. A lot of kids in their hometown don't necessarily have a lot of pickleball players to play with that are at their level and their age range. So this is one of the things a lot of players say that they enjoy. Oh, a little too a hold of that one. Good 2 holds there for Whitehead and Bertram after the end change, getting the side out. Whitehead, I believe, aced Landier at least once yesterday as well, so just got another one. Peter, you're irreplaceable. I only have to put up with people that aren't you. Again, that serve just so tough. We're going to have a timeout here called by Landier and Broderick. Landier struggling just a little bit, being able to return Whitehead's serve. I think they're probably discussing how to try and read that, which a lot of the pro players that either have the spin serve or have to return a spin serve will tell you once you know how to read it, it makes it much more returnable. But again, if you don't play at a level where a lot of people have a really good spin serve, you're not going to see it as often and maybe aren't going to learn quick enough how to return it. But if you face a spin serve often, being able to read which way it's going to spin, really crucial in your ability to return it well. Oda. Busting out Beyonce, I love it. Oh, we got it. Oh, really nice ATP there from Whitehead. Yeah, Whitehead and Bertram have just kind of pulled away a little here on their way to 15. And yes, the format for this event is same partner the whole time. Double elimination format. So in the upper half of the bracket, 2 out of 3 game matches, and then once you have your first loss, you drop down to consolation, and you play a match to 15. hoping to work your way back to that bronze medal match, which both of these teams are trying to keep their hopes alive at doing. Ooh, just misses that one long. So close. And we have a match point now for Whitehead and Bertram. All right, here's the cross court backhand dinking. Oh. Whitehead laughing to himself. I think about what in the world was that? I think he wanted to pull that more into the middle.
Second serve.
But that was a big hold for Landier and Broderick. They got to make something happen right now, take advantage of this side out. Oh, yeah. Landier has been doing very well in these backhand cross-court dink battles with Whitehead. Generally able to outlast him, either get the error or force a bit of a pop-up, then Broderick can then attack.
Side out. Second serve. 14-9-2.
Oh, no. That is such a tough break on that final shot. But, I mean, Jaden Broderick, 6'4" at 16, already as tall as the tallest pro player right now. And nothing but an amazing, bright future ahead for all four of these players, without question. But it is Garrett Whitehead and Eli Bertram who move on and stay alive here in the bracket. As I mentioned, we'll have that winter bracket final here coming up momentarily, but we'll take a short break first. Back into the action here at the APP Next Gen San Antonio event right after this. Our men's doubles winner bracket final is on deck, which means the winner of this will head to gold. Loser will head to bronze.
15 seconds, please.
We have on the
This
near
match is best 2 out of 3 to 11 by 2. Game 1, time in, 0-0-2.
I can't compete with Bob Swisshelm yelling into the mic. So on the near end in green, Gabriel Tardio, 16 years old, out of Jupiter, Florida. His partner Wyatt Stone, 17 years old, in the gray, out of New Braunfels, Texas, which is only about an hour away from here in San Antonio. They are taking on the far end, Jack Foster in the pink, 20 years old, out of Vero Beach, Florida. And in the white, Ercilio Cabieses, 23 years old, Estero, Florida. Don't get to see him play all that often. As he mentioned, he is going for his second master's degree, as well as leading the charge for developing pickleball in Peru, where he is originally from. So busy guy, but I think everyone at home is familiar with seeing Jack Foster, Wyatt Stone, and Gabriel Tardio on the tournament scene quite often.
0-2-2. Start 2-0-1.
Nice jump of the kitchen there from Cabieses.
2-0-2. Start out. 0-2-1.
Nice spot there from Tardio. Cabieses looked a little indecisive about what he wanted to do with that shot.
0-2-2. Start out. 2-0-1.
We're going to see a lot of speed ups. Tardio loves to speed up the ball, as does Cabieses. Foster and Stone a little more calculated with when they're going to speed up the ball, which is a good compliment to their partners. So tough. Stone's got to know that that is coming, and he definitely shaking his head a little bit about letting that happen. Ooh. Cabieses making the move for the poach. He's there, just hits it much too flat, sends it flying.
Start out. 2-0-1. Point. 3-0-1. Point. 4-0-1. Point. Timeout, receivers.
All right, we're going to have a timeout called here from Foster and Cabiesis as Tardio and Stone methodically putting point after point on the board, now up 5-0. Foster and Cabiesis have had several side outs, but have not been able to turn that into any points on the board. They definitely need to figure a little something out here. Had a handful of unforced errors that have not helped their cause. Again, this is our winner bracket final. We still have all of our other players down on the far end doing some drills with Ken Herman and senior pro mentor this weekend, Rick Witzkin.
15 seconds, gentlemen. Receivers, you have 1 remaining timeout. Servers, you still have 2. Time in, gentlemen. 5-0-1. Foot fault. Point.
Got a foot fault there on Cabiesis on the push-off. Not the first time he's been called on that this weekend. And as I mentioned yesterday, it's really that push-off foot fault that a lot of players, they never think they do it because they just don't think that they step forward. But when you think about it, if you're up at that kitchen line, you get lobbed. In order to even attempt to get into the air to get that, you have to put a foot forward in order to push off, which then, since you're up on that kitchen line, almost, you know, guarantees you're probably going to step on that kitchen line on the push-off. So something to be really aware of, especially if you get lobbed.
7-0-2. No kitchen, you're right. That's cool. Point. Yes. 8-0-2. Side out.
All right, they are trailing
0-8-1.
0-8. Foster and Cabiesis have got to make something happen here. They are running out of opportunities fast.
Second server. Zero, 8-2. Side out.
Mentioned it a little earlier today that both Cabiesis and Foster can be a little bit streaky of players. Looks a little bit like this is a game where their streakiness is on the bad side of that streakiness, not able to get anything really going here. Not finding a rhythm, looking a little, you know, frustrated, a little defeated. Oh, boy. Cabiesis, that was a bit of frustration mixed into that overhead as well. He put that right on top of that tape, bounced it out of bounds, and a game point here for Wyatt Stone, Gabriel Tardio.
Second server. 10-0-2. Side out.
All right, let's see if Foster and Cabiesis can avoid the pickle here in game one. And they do. Wyatt Stone helps him out a little bit, sailing that volley long.
10-1. Second server. 1-10-2. Point. 2-10-2.
Foster leaves that up too high, but good hands from Cabieses. Gets him right back in it.
Side out.
It was a very nice rally all around there.
10-2-1.
But another game point for Stone and Tardio. Oh, the angle from Tardio on that Ernie. Too good, too good. So they take game 1 here in our winner bracket final. We'll take a short break and back into the action with game 2 right after this. Back into the action and back into the match. Game number 2 here in our men's doubles winner bracket final. About to be underway. Jack Foster in the pink. Starts us off serving with partner Ursulio Cabieses on the near end. Ooh, Wyatt Stone, a little impatient there. In the gray, his partner Gabriel Tardio in the green. Good hands there from Foster, but leaves it a little wide. It'll be interesting to see if anything noticeable changes between Foster and Cabieses after a bit of a tough game 1. This kind of would be a perfect opportunity, and it would be interesting if Peter is still watching. I don't know if he is, but I learned some fun English slang while I was at the English Open last weekend, and one of them is when a player or a team gets pumped, which means that they got beaten very badly. So you could say, "Oh, they got pumped," and I was like, "What did you say?" That's English slang. It works for them. I think it's hilarious. And yeah, something about it sounds a little inappropriate to us Americans, but I think that's what makes it even better. So, you know, Foster, Cabieses got a little pumped in that first game. It's for all my English fans. Louis Laville is who taught me that phrase. I just want to make that known. He's the #1 pickleball player in England. So you can blame him. And please start using it all the time. Oh, Tardio knew that speed up was coming. I mean, Cabieses well known for that he's looking for that speed up all the time. Tardio, some of the quickest hands, was ready, just hit it a little flat.
Point.
Really nice extended rally there. Cabieses with the air into the net.
1, 2, 2.
A little short on that lob from Foster.
You touched right before you hit the ball. Point. Excuse me? Yes. 2, 0, 2.
Cabieses does indeed have a sister who plays pickleball as well.
Side out.
He mentioned she was in the Dominican Republic, I think right now, helping develop pickleball
2, 0, 1.
there. I think he touched it.
Did that tag you? Thank you. Second server.
Tries to get out of the way, but clipped his
2,
paddle.
2, 0, 2. Yep. Thank you. Right. 2, 2, 2, 2. Thank you. 2, 2, 2. Side out. 2, 2, 1. Point. Three, 2, 1. Second server. 3, 2, 2. Point.
Tough free point there given away from Foster on that return
4,
long.
2, 2.
They've been doing a really nice job staying very even to start this second game with Tardio and Stone. They want to make sure they don't give him any easy points that might kickstart a run for them. But a good side out there. Amanda Hendry looking on.
2, 4, 1. Point.
Again, Stone got pushed a little bit off that line by Foster. Ends up with the error into the net.
3, 4, 1. Point.
And we are back tied up at 4.
4, 4, 1.
Tardio is so good at that lob. So good. He places it perfectly a lot of the time.
Second server. 4, 4, 2. Side out.
Cabieses has so much power, but Stone and Tardio wisely recognize that a lot of the time he gets a lot on those shots, but doesn't keep them down. So if they can just let them go and get out of the way, a lot are going long.
Second server.
Again, we've talked about the courts here at Chicken and Pickle are a little tight for ATPs. We have certainly seen many done successfully, but definitely a little bit tougher with how tight these courts are. And again, Chicken and Pickle is not designing their facilities with, you know, high-level tournament play in mind. They're just trying to maximize space for their mostly fun recreational players that come here. If you've never visited a Chicken and Pickle, put it on your list. It is super fun. Foster and Cabieses take the lead now. Oh, he misses it. Thought he had that. He went for that back corner instead of the angle. Thought he had a great position to angle that kind of right back into the court, but went long instead.
Side out. Four, five, one.
Oh, really nice defense there from Wyatt Stone on the Ernie from Foster.
5, 5, 1.
Both Stone and Cabieses kind of letting themselves get pushed back a little off that line.
Second server.
Good speed up there from Foster. Gets the pop up and the put away. Oh, we got some young players waving to the camera. They recognize that their heads are on the screen. Shout out to those kids.
I saw that. Point.
Ball is just wide. Swisshelm confirms he saw that ball out.
Yes, he is. Yes, you are. You are receiving. That is correct. Yes. 6, 5, 2. Point. Timeout receivers. 7, 5, 2, 1 minute.
All right, have a timeout here called by Foster and Cabieses of Tardio and Stone, now taking a 2-point lead. Let's see if they can hold them here. Otherwise, Tardio and Stone, if they're able to take this second game, will win the match and secure their place in the gold medal match, which would send Foster and Cabieses to the bronze. Unfortunately, our replay kind of freaked out and glitched a little, so we unfortunately don't have the replay going right now, which I'm more sad than anyone about. We always love a good instant replay, but we'll have it back up and running tomorrow for everyone. Nice block there from Cabieses. And again, Cabieses got pushed back off that line. We've seen more than one of these players, when they get bumped back a little off that line, end up leaving a dink short into the net, which is why it's so important that if you get pushed off the line, get back up onto it. Don't let yourself keep getting pushed back.
Side out. Five, 8, 1. Point.
Yeah, a little impatience there from Stone. They did have a 3-point lead, so
6, 8,
Bit of a risky attempt there. Now only a 2-point lead, which is essentially nothing in pickleball terms. Oh, that was a beautiful inside-out misdirect there from Stone to go behind Cabieses. They haven't really pulled out that shot yet. Lets Cabieses know they're more than capable of doing it and looking for it, so keeps them a little honest there on that sideline.
7-8-2.
All right, back within one. Wow, such great movement all over the court. All four players involved, all four players touching that ball, and Wyatt Stone just got that up high enough he could really get a nice angle on that. And since Foster was going back and forth, covering the middle, got caught on that sideline.
Point.
Tardio, just such fast hands.
You are the right receiver. Nine, 7-1. Second server.
Nicely done. Nice little pop off that pedal right by our microphone. Foster doing a really great job not putting too much on that because it was going to sail that long if he did.
Point.
This will be a match point for Gabriel Tardio and Wyatt Stone.
Yes, you are. Oh, wait, Sunshine. No, you are not.
As we have a good group looking on.
10-7-2.
Chicken and Pickle is a super fun venue. Nice up-close seating where everyone can enjoy. Oh, too good. Again, that backdoor inside out from Wyatt Stone gets the job done. Foster and Cabieses absolutely held their own much better here in this second game, but they head to bronze while Tardio and Stone head to gold. I'll head to the Franklin studio to chat with them before they get there, and then we'll be back into the action here on center court right after this.
If you like to dink, then Pickleball Magazine has what you're looking for. Our bi-monthly print publication will help you become a better player with instructional tips, drills, and articles from the top teaching pros in the sport. And you'll become a healthier, stronger player with psychological, nutritional, and wellness advice from experts in their fields. Finally, if it's product reviews or the latest news, we have that too. To learn more or to subscribe today, go to pickleballmagazine.com.
ready for NextGen.
This is NextGen Pickleball.
I'm so ready for the NextGen Tour.
Super excited about NextGen.
I can't wait for the APP NextGen Tour.
I'm super excited for NextGen.
Welcome back to the Franklin Studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Wyatt Stone and Gabriel Tardio, who played together yesterday. Also got yourself a gold medal yesterday, so you're headed for a hopefully doubling up on that. After yesterday, was there anything you guys talked about going into today that you thought needed? I mean, you got gold, so you played very well, but did you talk about anything that you wanted to change a little bit going into today, or keeping it the same?
I mean, we definitely knew that we had to be a little more, because they have better competition than yesterday, but not really. We didn't talk too much about it.
I like it. Thank you, Gabe. So you both have slightly different styles. He's a little bit more aggressive, goes for the ears out. You're a little bit more steady. Do you feel like the two of you and your play style complements each other very well?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I can adapt to what partner I'm playing with, and I feel like he can do the same too, because he can play the right really good and he can play the left really good, and he can be defensive and he can be offensive. But for Gabe, he's super offensive, so I'll just keep the ball in and just keep dinking and just let him speed it up whenever he wants. Because, I mean, also the Franklin ball, I feel is much harder to speed up. And when you're in those hands battles, for me, just because I've been playing for Dura so long, it feels so different. So I just let him do most of the speeding up and got the job done, so it's good.
You're going into gold here in just a couple matches. Do you guys think you've figured out what works for you really well? I mean, you talked about focus, so maybe making sure you're focused in gold, but what are you going to be looking for you guys to do in that gold medal match?
Definitely more dinking. I think we speeded up a little too much this last match, and we lost most of the points. So yeah, dinking.
Well, we'll look for that in gold in just a couple of matches. Congrats. We'll see you in that gold medal match. Who they're going to face is still up in the air, though, but we have a bronze medal match coming up in just a moment. So we'll see who that's going to be. Don't go anywhere. That's coming up next. Welcome back, everyone. Just want everyone to know that I now have the song stuck in my head. If it makes you happy, it can't be that bad. Everyone, please send your record executive people my way. Looking to sign soon. All right, so I misspoke in the previous interview. We do have the final feeder match into bronze coming up first before bronze. So this is 1 match to 15. We have Garrett Whitehead and Eli Bertram on the near end. They are taking on Alex G and Jake Farinish on the far end. Farinish in the green, G in the black. And on the near end, Bertram in the gray, Whitehead in the blue. And Whitehead and Bertram have just left a trail of destruction in their wake with both of their spin serves. Very impressive. Just on that baseline. Oh, I don't mind that aggressiveness from Farinish, but it's just about half a step behind where he needed to be. Ooh, almost got him on that. Ooh, got the nice short return. So Alex G about to take over serving, 22 years old, out of Bel Air, Texas. His partner, Jake Farinish, 21 tomorrow, out of Elotes, Texas. So both Texas boys. You can see Farinish rocking all that chicken and pickle gear. Oh, just a little miss hit there from G on that. As I mentioned on the near end, Elijah goes by Eli. Bertram, 17 years old, out of Mount Carmel, Illinois. And Garrett Whitehead, also 17, out of Draper, Utah. I believe I have seen Jake Farinish play before, possibly last year in our first Next Gen event. But the other three I am brand new to seeing this weekend. Extremely impressed with all 4 of these young men. Absolutely the makings of the next pro wave coming into the game for sure. nice hands exchange between all four guys. Everyone got a little piece of that.
1, 3, 2.
And again, all four players using a different paddle. That one sails about 5 feet long. I'm a little surprised by the variety of paddles I'm seeing from these young players. We got Gearbox, Yola, Electrum, and Franklin all represented here on court. And we're using that Franklin X40 ball, the official ball of the Next Gen series. Oh, little misdirect there from Bertram. Frinish actually anticipated that super well, but didn't execute well. Good communication. Bertram telling Whitehead to let that go. And again, we're seeing with that Franklin X40, it's a little bit harder to put that ball away, even though indoor conditions are a little faster than outdoors. So we're seeing a lot of players just crushing overheads, but they're hitting them straight towards the baseline. A lot are very easily returned. Oh, nice spot there from G. But really important that you work on either taking a little something off of that overhead and working on getting an angle instead, or perhaps mix it up with a little drop volley. Good leave on that one. Not by too much. Farinish, definitely the tallest player on court. About 6 feet, 6'1" maybe. That height definitely an advantage for him on some of these shots. That ball almost came over. I mean, look at that camera placement by Spencer and Mitch. That is just dead center on that court. Nothing amiss, not a hair off. Well done, boys. Well done. Hands from G getting back in here. Oh boy. Wow. Great play on both sides.
Timeout's been called by the receiving team. Score 5-4-2. 1 minute.
And we have a timeout here called by Frinish and G. Frinish was definitely a little frustrated after they did not come out on top of that rally in the last one, but they are only trailing by 1 here in this match to 15, so still in a really good position. Both teams playing very well, very sort of evenly matched right now. This is the final feeder match into the bronze, so winner of this will head into bronze, where they will face Jack Foster and Ursilio Cabiesis. Talking with Whitehead yesterday about his serve, said he's been working on about 6 months and learned a lot of how to do it from Shay Underwood in his sort of instructional videos online. Shout out to Shay.
5-4-2.
All right, 5-4-2, back into the action.
Side out.
Good timeout, quick side out for Gian Furnish.
4-5-1. Second serve. 4-5-2. Point. 5-5-2.
Oh, nice pickup from G. Again, this Franklin ball is really hard to put away sometimes. They got to get an angle on it or just kind of, hope for eventually a ball that doesn't come back, but takes considerably more
5-5-1.
to put these shots away.
Second serve. 5-5-2.
And G, a little off that kitchen line. I've been harping on it a lot. There are benefits to backing up off the kitchen line, giving yourself maybe a little bit more room
Side out.
for certain shots. But if you're just in a quote-unquote simple dink rally, which, not necessarily simple, but it's really important to make sure you're up on that line. And if you get backed off, get back up there. And that was good. G was off the line, and the purpose of that was because he was going for the speed up, so he wanted to give himself a little bit more room to try and clear the net, so that was well done. Ooh, again, that's where that length really comes into play. Huge Ernie there, and again, he's able to get in the air so much and jump that line so far he can get a good angle on that backhand put away as well. That's off the body. Yeah, unfortunately for Furnish, that was going back over the net but came off his body. So the only way that you're able to play is if it hits off your hand and I think up to your wrist, which is considered an extension of your paddle. But if it hits any further up on your arm or any other part of your body, even if it goes back over the net, it is a dead ball. Oh, he got it. He got it. Oh, that was so smart of Whitehead. So smart. We sometimes see, even at high pro level of play, you get that over and you push it. You push it too much. You try to put it back in the back court. But what smart recognition there from Whitehead. He knows they're scrambling and he just drops it right over the net again. That's a level of awareness that not even pros have. Some of them. Of course, there are some that do. And an ace serve from Whitehead gets them 8 and the end change here in this match to 15. And again, what's so awesome about these NextGen series tournaments is they are really specifically about player development, to allow players to play with other people in their same age range that they might not get to at home, even play against some higher level players and just sort of learn from that, get the experience. You have a senior pro mentor that comes. We have some learning sessions, a lot of drilling sessions once you're done in the tournament play. And there's also some money on the line for some of these young kids that, you know, have never played in a tournament where money is possible for them. So really cool opportunity, and it just showcases truly some of the next great talent coming out of this next generation of pickleball players. It's been absolutely my pleasure to be able to be at the last 2 out of the 3 and witness some of these just phenomenally talented young people. So Alex G, Jake Farinish now on the near end where they will conclude this match to 15. Eli Bertram and Garrett Whitehead on the far end. Whitehead pushing it a little too close to those sidelines. And there's another ace for Whitehead on that serve. Porter Bar is out there somewhere very proud of these spin serves. Oh, I like that poach from Bertram very much. Left that last one a little low, but right place at the right time. And Farinius, with his height and length, I'd love to see him stay up that line and be more aggressive. He can take some balls out of the air that a shorter player might not be able to. And I'd like to see him not get pushed off the line and perhaps attack some of the balls that he's letting drop. Some good hands. G and Furnish come out on top. Furnish and G played together yesterday as well. Took silver in the alternate men's doubles bracket. It was the second day of men's because we had a surplus of the guys and not quite as many ladies. All right, so that is tough, and this is a lesson that Bertram and Whitehead need to learn is you do not stop play in the middle of a rally. They thought that ball had hit G in the forearm, and it didn't. It hit him in the hand, and that can be really easy to see where someone gets hit. And so learn the lesson and learn it quickly. Do not stop play in the middle of a rally, because if you're not correct or you don't come out on top, I mean, you saw what happened. They lost that rally because they stopped it and they weren't correct. If you think something happened, you wait until the rally is done playing and then you ask the referee or question your opponents. Do not do it in the middle of a rally when it's still going on. I love it. That is what I was talking about. Frenius stand planted at that line, attacks that ball out of the air, almost pushed it long, but got enough topspin, dropped that right on that baseline. Really well played. Oh! Wow. Whitehead. What a great cross-court dink there on the backhand side. Frenish had to lunge to get it, but got the ATP. Bit of a low position there for G to attack, but didn't put a ton of pace on it. It put it in a really good spot that caught Whitehead off guard.
13-9-2. Side out. 9-13-1. Second serve. 9-13-2.
It'd be interesting to ask either Chris or Bob Swisshelm. It looks like Bertram is starting his spin. He is. He's starting to spin before Chris, our referee, is done calling the score. But then by the time he makes contact with the paddle, she's done. So it'd be interesting to see if the rule about not serving before the score is called only has to do with when you make contact with your paddle.
Second serve. 13-10-2.
Oh, good job by Whitehead getting back there, picking up that shot, and then Frenish with a nice short hop gives them a match point. Some of these balls, they're absolutely attackable, but it looks like Whitehead and Bertram are a little hesitant now to attack them, and instead they're taking that step back and letting the ball bounce when I think they should stay aggressive.
10-14-1.
All right, Whitehead and Bertram looking to get a couple more free points off their serve, but again, we've seen them miss a handful of them as well, and this is a bit of a critical time to not miss your serve when your opponents are going to have match point again.
Side out. 14-11-1.
Match point.
Second serve. 14-11-2. Side out.
Big side, for,
14-1.
big hold, big side out for, oof, and again, Whitehead absolutely crushes that serve into the back fence.
14-2.
Haven't seen a ball left up quite that high in a while. Frinish easily, Ayo doesn't even have to put anything on it. Another match point. Let's see if they can finally get this done. Wow, great pickups. Really well done. Nicely played on both sides. Very impressive. But Frinish and G get the spot in the bronze against Jack Foster and Ercilio Cabieses. And we'll have that match coming up in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. 2 medal matches remain here in our coverage at the APP NextGen San Antonio tournament at Chicken and Pickle. We'll be right back after this.
I'm so ready for Next Gen.
This is NextGen Pickleball.
I'm so ready for the NextGen Tour.
Super excited about Next Gen.
I can't wait for the APP NextGen Tour.
I'm super excited for Next Gen.
Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Alex G and Jake Frinish. Getting back into the bronze medal match after a tough one right there. So you guys mixed up your stack a lot. You didn't necessarily have one of you on one side the whole way. Did you guys talk about what you wanted to do in terms of stack and if you were comfortable on one side versus the other?
Well, I would say whenever we were playing, we weren't meant to stack. The whole entire tournament, we haven't been stacking really. And then once we saw them picking on my partner's backhand side, we decided to flip it and just start stacking, and it ended up working. And we were able to execute a lot better in the kitchen this go around compared to yesterday, so I'm really happy about it.
You're both tennis players. You kind of bring that skill set into pickleball. What was the strategy in terms of both of your strengths coming into today after playing yesterday together as well? Is Jake kind of the aggressive player? You're the more steady one. What's the dynamic between the two of you?
Definitely the dynamic would be, I would be more of the grinder, kind of like tennis. I like to move around. I'm pretty fast, a shorter guy. Jake is a bigger guy, so he's the one trying to be more aggressive at the time, trying to poach and everything. And sometimes it kind of takes over a little too much, I'd say. A little ball hogging at time, but we're still winning, so having a good time out here.
I like it. Yeah, I mean, you got to keep it real with your partner. You got to keep them honest. All right, you're back into that bronze medal match. Congratulations, guys. We'll see you in just a moment after a quick rest in that bronze medal match. And that's coming up next, so don't go anywhere.
Thank you.
Welcome back for our first medal match of the day here at APP Next Gen San Antonio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Rick Witzkin, and we have a team that placed second yesterday in the alternate men's doubles in Jake Farinish and Alex G. But they're taking on new team today, Jack Foster and Ursilio Cabieses, because Foster played mixed yesterday. So bit of a different pairing here than we got to see yesterday, which is always fun. Farinish and G coming through the back draw, back up here into the bronze medal match as we saw in our final feeder match that just happened. So Ursilio Cabieses in the white on the near end, Jack Foster in the pink. And then on the far end, Alex G in the black, Jake Farinish in the green, and Bob Swisshelm, our USA Pickleball certified referee.
Happy to be here. Happy to see this match. Been looking forward to it. Get out your peanuts and popcorn, ladies and gentlemen.
Peanuts and Cracker Jacks?
Heck yeah. A lot of firepower in this match.
Second server.
I expect G to be a little more the control-oriented one on the court out of the floor.
It's interesting, a lot of the players here this weekend, it's tough to kind of gauge their style of play because they are a little younger, a little more inexperienced. So I think they're still trying to themselves figure out, you know, what they're best at, what they're most comfortable with. If it's the fast game, if it's the soft game.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure the partnerships are that common. I don't think they play with each other.
Exactly. A lot of brand new partnerships as well.
Farinish and G just came off a hard-fought victory against two of the up-and-coming teenagers, and Foster and Cabieses lost to Stone and Tardio. Those guys played real well.
Good spot there from Foster. Nice speed up. Caught Farinish totally off guard.
0-2-2.
Yep, Wyatt Stone and Gabriel Tardio are waiting in the gold medal match for the winner of this. G and Farinish did face them yesterday in the gold medal match, so might have a repeat of yesterday.
I think they played them twice yesterday. They must know each other well.
Point. Two.
It's dangerous to speed up low balls on any of these guys, really, because they all have great reflexes. So I expect to see some longer points up at the kitchen, but be aggressive if their opponents aren't at the kitchen.
Second server.
I did speak to Jack earlier about what happened against Stone and Tardio, and he felt like they were maybe shooting a little too soon, a little too adventurous, too early in the point. So we'll see if they exude a little more patience in this match.
I mean, we've talked a little bit about it's a little tougher to put that Franklin X40 ball away. Cabieses doesn't seem to struggle with that for some reason.
No, he's pretty strong.
I mean,
3-2-2. Side out.
It's just the ultimate balance, right? Is can you have that kind of power and yet come back with good drops and good dinks? And there's not a lot of players that can do all of that well. And I think Ursilio's probably working on that part of his game.
Yeah, I mean, someone like J.W. Johnson comes to mind, who's someone that does do all of those things really well.
2-3-2.
And that's why he's, you know, possibly, arguably, top 2 players in the world.
Yeah, I would say so. I think the relaxed demeanor of J-Dub is really impressive too. In fact, I asked him at a plantation APP this year, like, how are you so relaxed? He said, well, because I'm playing about 100 tournaments. Like, well, I
He's
guess
got the reps.
one match doesn't define you then, does it, J-Dub? Austin Cabieses taking an early lead, 5-2.
5-2-1.
Really great spot there from Perinish, right at that right hip. You can see how kind of handcuffed.
He was waiting for his backhand, wasn't he? He caught his forehand. It's really important for our viewers to understand that if they can flip a ball to the forehand side when somebody's bracing for backhands, that's a 100% awesome shot. Catches a lot of people off guard. A lot of flip backhands out of these guys. It's always interesting to see the percentage of players and teams that win points when it's initiated below the net. These guys seem to not mind, like they're initiating from below the net, but they came out on top. A lot of snapping of volleys in what we call the yellow zone or the red zone, not the green zone. That would be another example of a ball in the red zone. Putting some extra topspin and half speed on that would be good, but I don't think you should hit that ball extremely hard. Nice drop.
Side out.
Tight game so far.
Absolutely. I think it could be tight the entire time, or easily one of these teams could get a little hot, a little streaky, and pull away. Again, we've talked about it a lot today. I think it's going to come down to if somebody starts to let errors creep in. That can all of a sudden quickly make that scoreboard very lopsided.
Yeah, that was just an unforced error by G, and you can't make those kind of mistakes against a team like Foster and Cabieses. Good nice reset volley. You gotta like
nice.
that.
Yep.
Ooh.
Again, doesn't have to look pretty, just got to get the job done, which Foster did there.
Those curls almost hit me when I was flying over here.
I mean,
the thing is, you know, if he goes through that Ernie and he doesn't touch the ball and he passes the plane of the net, that's a violation. So very wise that he connected with that ball.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that's a little bit noticeable here at a NextGen with some players that maybe aren't playing at the top level of tournaments, maybe don't have a lot of refed matches, which a lot of the lower levels don't necessarily have unless it's a fully sanctioned tournament, is some of them are some of the rules they don't quite understand as well. Saw earlier in a match, someone thought that their opponent had been hit on the forearm, but it was their hand and they stopped play.
I saw that.
I was like, ooh, that's a lesson that they just learned right there, because
play through it.
You always play on, and then question it when you're done.
And that was a big point.
Yeah. Yeah, so you could be in a moment of a lot of momentum.
I think that was Eli that had stopped after he thought his serve hit the upper arm.
I mean, the pickups from so low.
It's one thing to have good reflexes, and another thing to have good reflexes on low volleys and be able to keep a low volley low. That's hard to do. See a lot of those here. Poor drop by Hercilio there. Got his team in trouble.
8-4-2.
Foster with the big wind-up serve, and puts a lot of pace behind that serve.
Side out.
Yeah, because he has such a big wind-up on all of his forehands, really. Gets a lot of power.
4-8-1.
And again, G was, a foot off the kitchen line, 8 inches. if you're up at that line, he doesn't make that mistake
4-8-2.
because he has enough clearance.
And then he also attacked a low ball. If the ball was low, you can't attack that.
Side out.
It's maybe a slow roll, but not an aggressive snap. Shot selection's a big part of
8-4-1.
next-gen players advancing to the next stage. It really is.
Good recovery there from Frenish. Had plenty of time to adjust and an easy put away for him after that ball clips the net.
It's good, yeah, a good example of a net cord not working in your favor. When you get it.
Side out. 4-8-1.
Farinas and G can make a little run here. They're been stuck on 4 here for a little while.
Second
And
server.
I'm afraid for them that if they don't get a couple points here, they might have a real tough time winning this set. Boy, that was serve right at the end of the Bob saying the score.
These players are cutting that close. And again, it's just so tough. I mean, we've seen many successful ATPs this weekend. It's certainly possible, but you just have to be even that much more accurate in where you're putting the ball.
The margins are tighter due to the geometry of the court and the dimensions of the court. It's just a little closer to the side fence and the sideline than most courts.
9-4-1. Second server. 9-4-2. Side out.
All right, Frenish and G are getting the holds.
4-9-1.
But again, they got to break off 4 here.
It's a little too high, that volley. These guys are all looking for that higher volley when they're at the kitchen to snap down the feet of the opposition. See some careless forehand drives from multiple players in this match.
9-4-1.
To your point earlier, Lauren, you know, a shot like that at such a critical time, like, it kind of separates the great players from the good players. A few careless errors here or there can really turn the tide.
9-4-2.
I think everyone, regardless of your level, knows how quickly the tides can indeed turn in pickleball. You see it happen all of the time, and we're going to have a timeout here from Frenish and G as Foster and Cabieses have finally reached game point here in game 1 of our bronze medal match. If you're coaching them, Rick, what are you telling Jake and Alex right now?
Well, I think they're rushing low balls, and that's very dangerous, not only because they're missing some of the net, but even when they do that, I feel like Herschelio and Jack are quite comfortable fielding those. So I think they need to do a better job of moving the ball around when Herschelio and Jack are at the kitchen line and maneuver their spins and massage the ball and go some half speeds. That'd be my primary suggestion at this point. Man, they have to get on 4. They've been on 4 forever. Now it's match point. And there it is.
Game
in
point.
Game
The
point.
book. Yep, we'll see if Frenish and G can perhaps implement some different strategies going into game 2. We'll take a short break. Back into the action right after this. Welcome back, everyone. Lauren McLaughlin and Rick Witzkin here courtside for our men's doubles bronze medal match. Game number 2 kicking off. Jack Foster in the pink starts us off serving with Ercilio Cabieses. They're taking on Alex G in the black and Jake Farinish in the green on the near end here for game 2.
You asked me before break, Lauren, like, what can they do differently, Jake and Alex? And I just think, with moving the ball around, I think they need to take the pace off. I mean, Ercilio and Jack are really looking to speed up things, and I think that's not going to work. Communication issues. But I just think you can't give them what they're looking for, which is a lot of quick speed ups and power hand battles.
Did you see earlier in that rally when Jake gave up and turned around?
I sure did.
He was done. He was absolutely done, and then saw Alex get the next shot and was like, oh, we're still playing.
Yeah.
I do not like that when I see players do that. I will never condone that.
Yeah. Again, a lot of times in tennis, you're out of a point earlier in circumstances, but in pickleball, you're never out of it, especially when you're playing with a Franklin.
Never.
And smaller court, like he should absolutely. And his wingspan,
I know.
Come on, he can have good reflexes and get back.
No
in
reason
anything.
for that.
I just think it's a creature of habit, though.
Yeah. Yeah, you really do have to kind of train that out of yourself, I think.
Nice touch by Foster.
Everything he does is like so unconventional and a little awkward looking sometimes because he doesn't have racket sports in his background.
Yeah.
But it works. It works for him. And pickleball, one of the sports where, players prove at the highest level. You don't need to have racket sports in your background to be good at pickleball.
No.
1, 2, 2.
Discipline, shot selection, so important.
Oh.
But I do think Jack has quick hands. I think he can misdirect. I think he's got some bite and slice on his dinks. He doesn't hit it like a tennis player necessarily, but he does have all the shots. He's got a rock and serve when he wants it.
Yep.
Big forehand drive.
Oh my gosh.
Good reflexes.
Again, Cabieses could have thought that was done.
Mm-hmm.
But stayed in it, got a paddle on it, and came out on top of that rally.
I worked with Ercilio in Indianapolis about 2 years ago on his game, and he resided there. He lives in Florida now. He just came in at a tough time. There's so many good young pros that were really starting to make their mark, and I know he's coaching now, and I think that's a good place for him. And he's such a good player, but it's just so many 20-somethings are now on the pro scene. It kind of puts him in a little bit of a disadvantage that he started a little later than some of these top-level 20-year-old pros.
Yeah, and the age is just shifting younger and younger as we continue on. And we have a couple of the top players in the game right now, teenagers, and I think next year just even more. We have a timeout here from Farinish and G, trailing 5-1 here early in game 2 of our bronze medal match. Again, Gabriel Tardio and Wyatt Stone there in the background awaiting the winner of this match, who they'll take on in the gold. Wyatt Stone lives not too far away in New Braunfels, so he gets to go home at the end of the night.
Wyatt always seems to be sitting down in between matches, and Gabriel always seems to be standing up between matches. Interesting. I like to sit down between matches.
Yeah. We're in the older age range though, Rick, so we take all the advantage of sitting when we can.
Second server. Five, 1, 2.
No, I think the patience of Herschel is not always there in a dink rally. So I think that's also something they might want to do. The ball's going out. Foster generously played it. Another strategy consideration. You know, you have to know how much experience players have and who's playing all the tournaments. And Herschel hasn't been playing a lot of tournaments lately. And I think I was Jake and Alex, I'd kind of zero in on that.
Yeah, I'm going to replay that. Bob Swisshelm almost got taken out by a ball.
Ooh, he read it. He anticipated it. Just didn't quite finish the backhand volley.
2-5-2. Side out.
One thing I like that Herschel does is he kind of holds his shot where it's not easily detected.
Oh, that was a nice reset. And a very nice lob. Oh.
Point.
Yeah, that was such... Oh, Amanda Hendry there, looking on. Cheering for Jack Foster,
Yeah.
I have to assume.
I think they're connected by
I think
something.
so. Yep, just a couple years. He almost turned around again. I'm going to have a stern talking to him after this is done.
He's a heck of a player.
He sure is.
He just needs to learn a few of the nuances that
6-2-2.
help you stay in the point longer. And 6-2 up a game. And a let court to boot. 7-2. This looks like it's kind of going in one direction here.
Yep, going a little sideways here.
7-2-2.
Interesting to see Jack jump in the air for a drop shot.
He does that a lot.
You don't normally see that, but Jack's not a normal player.
He likes to be airborne as often as possible.
Second server. 2-7-2. Side out.
Got handcuffed there. Herschel did a good job attacking that ball to the right side, forehand side of Jake Farniers.
7-2-1.
Good anticipation. Just didn't quite finish. Ball was a little low, too.
7-2-2.
Oh, nice hands all around.
H2-2.
It was a nice half volley reset from G. It's not an easy shot.
2-8-1.
When you see your opponent do that, you really can't speed up the next ball. Not wise.
I mean, come in. What? Come in.
Point.
Some dubious speed ups here.
3-8-1.
Definitely need to get a couple more points here to have.
Oh,
a
nice
chance.
effort.
Good
Nice
hustle.
effort. Oh, no.
She slip sliding away.
I know, but that's so smart of Cabiesis. Recognize, again, because if you get someone scrambling, now they think you're putting it at the opposite. If you double up with that drop, that's tough.
Yeah, drop shotting, hitting behind your opponent. Very good. Another speed up, ill-advised, a low forehand. He's sitting right there. It's one thing to speed up if they're coming from the baseline and they're stuck in the transition. But when they're just sitting there and they have good reflexes, you got to be really careful about speeding up in that situation. You know, one thing about these players is that I do feel like they're not just focused on the technique of one shot. I do feel like they're trying to do some different combinations of shots, putting them together, and I give them all credit for that, for managing the point in more than just a technical way, but a strategical way.
Point.
Using the fake earnings to apply a little pressure here and there. These guys are all on their way of being really good players.
Point.
I was a little surprised G let that drop. I thought he could have taken that out of the air. Kind of put him in a tough spot.
1 minute.
But a timeout from him and Jake Furnish. And Foster and Cabieses will have a match point on their paddles when we return from this timeout to head into gold for a rematch with Gabe Tardio and Wyatt Stone. They're waiting to see who they're going to... Oh, Tardio's getting a little tired.
His problem is he's sitting down.
Yep.
When he stands up, he doesn't do that.
I have no doubt they'll wake back up again. I mean, it's early afternoon for a teenager. It's probably nap time again.
That was your last time out. Servers, you have 2. Time in. 10, 3, 1.
Well, that looked like it was long, but Furnish played it.
Super close, that's for sure.
Second server.
Ken Herman's got it. He got it.
10, 3, 2.
Second match point here.
Side out.
I mean, it's a little tougher now that Foster and Cabieses are on 10, but a little bit earlier when it was, 8-2, 8-3, that's not an insurmountable amount to overcome.
No.
And I kind of felt like Furnish and G kind of lost a little bit of intensity, a little bit of drive to make that happen.
Yeah, one thing's for sure, you don't want to keep losing the same way. Good hustle, nice lob, but good retrieval off the drop. So many amateur players go and retrieve that lob and blast a drive, and it really is the right thing to do, to drop it right in there or throw up a lob in response. Drop shots being executed here. I think there's a pretty loose, casual feel on the Cabieses Foster side right now. They got to be careful with that.
5, 10, 2.
Yeah, Furnish and G putting a little something together here.
Ooh, they nipped the line there. But yeah, I agree. I didn't really see it like 8-4. Some technical adjustments. I felt like you're right, a little bit. I don't know if it's lethargy or slightly defeated, losing a game, being down 8-4. But these guys are good athletes, and I think they can have strategy changes and change a match on a dime.
Yeah, I mean, they're still in it. It's not done until it's done. I've seen several, 10-0, 10-1 comebacks where the team or player ends up winning.
Point. Game and match.
Well done. So, bronze medalists here today are Jake Furnish and Alex G. But Jack Foster and Arcelio Cabieses head back to gold for a rematch with Wyatt Stone and Gabriel Tardio. That is coming your way, our final match of the day, up in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. We're back right after this.
We're back at the Chicken and Pickle. Here's Rick Witskin, Senior Pro, interviewing the now on to the gold medal match, Jack Foster and Hercilio Cabieses. I know these guys well. They're great players. They just played a really great game against two guys I think they haven't played before. Hercilio, for you first, did you have a set game plan against Alex and Jake? And what was that game plan, and how do you guys feel like you executed it?
Not really. I mean, it's the first time playing with Jack, so we start figuring it out while we were playing. I think more repetitions for us, the more probability we'll have to win that point. So we keep doing that, and whenever we had the high ball, we attack it, and I think it went well.
Yeah, you guys together seem like you have a lot of power and force. And I was kind of curious in the commentating booth how you guys would maneuver your shots with kind of rolls and drop shots. Well, Jack, your drop shot seems to get a lot of jump when you hit your drop shot. That's something I haven't learned yet, so can you teach me that? But no, seriously, Jack, I thought you guys meshed pretty well. What do you feel like are your strengths with Hercilio, both of you?
Today I'm just kind of setting him up, playing the right side, which and I'm used to playing the left side in mix, but I don't mind the forehand dink cross court, which I think is working well, and hopefully that can just set Hercilio up so he can do his thing.
Well, guys, I'm really, really excited to see this gold medal match between y'all and the guys behind us, Tardio and Stone, and we're super happy you guys are here for the Next Gen and with the APP Tour, and I look forward and wish you guys the best of luck.
Thank you, Rick.
Okay.
I'm so ready for Next Gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball. I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about Next Gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for Next Gen. I'm so ready for Next Gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball. I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about Next Gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for Next Gen.
Our final match of the day about to be underway here for our second day of live streaming coverage at the APP Next Gen San Antonio Chicken and Pickle. We have Chris Galan giving our final breakdown here for our 4 players here in our gold medal match. We're going to have Jack Foster in the pink, 20 years old, out of Vero Beach, Florida, and partner Ercilio Cabieses, 23, out of Estero, Florida. They take on the undefeated so far today, Gabriel Tardio in green, 16 years old from Jupiter, Florida, and 17-year-old Wyatt Stone in the gray from New Braunfels, Texas. So 3 Floridians here and 1 Texas gentleman.
However, senior pro Rick Witzkin here, and I want to let you know that Ercilio Cabieses spent some time in Indiana, my hometown.
Absolutely.
Near Zionsville, and I coached him, and then he became a coach, and he does a really nice job, and I'm not pulling for anybody in particular here, but I like all 4 of these guys, and I am pumped up for this match. Let's get it on.
Yes, we had this matchup in our winner bracket final. Gabe and Wyatt were able to come out on top, so let's see if Jack Foster and Ercilio Cabieses can have a little bit different result here. That is good.
Pretty long first point here.
Wow, excellent rally
Good
to
counter.
start this gold medal match. I don't suspect they'll all last that long.
No, I think it's the longest first point I've seen this weekend. You know, Tardio does some things that aren't necessarily advised to the common player, but he's pretty good. First point, he sped up a little too early, I think, on Jack. But I expect that out of Jack and Tardio. They're not exact traditional players, but they have so much talent that they get a lot of different shots in their arsenal.
Ooh, Foster picked that up after Cabieses missed it. Well done. That is the hustle right there of Jack Foster.
And Ercilio snuck over for the poach, which was a really nice move.
1-0-2.
Nice. A little risky with the flick of the backhand on a low ball, but he did a nice job catching them off guard. And that's what you want to do on those, right? Catch them off guard.
Little net clip there throws Foster off a little. And it's funny because we talk a lot about, you know, the pros that are, you know, in their mid-20s and above. A lot of them have tennis in their background. A lot of them played college tennis. Most of these players aren't even old enough to have gone to college yet. So they don't have any sort of real tennis background. They might have a little bit of recreational. Maybe they played in high school. But a lot of them just too young to have really any major sports background.
Yeah, what's been fun for me to see this weekend is a number of these players haven't played tennis, but if they did, they'd be really good right away. And what a great thing. Pickleball is great for tennis, and tennis is very good for pickleball. That's a nice two-handed backhand there.
Yeah, right in the middle.
You know, I've heard too many times as a coach of 10 years of this awesome sport of pickleball, I've heard too many times that tennis, pickleball aren't great for each other, and I completely disagree with that. I think they're very good for each other, and as long as you know they have different levels of backswings, then you actually can be benefiting playing both.
Yeah, just a lot of really athletic young people that are just picking up a sport so quickly.
In our last match, G, I know he played some college tennis along with Jake, and Ercilio played a year or two of college tennis as well. But you're right, most of these players haven't done that or are too young to have had a chance to play that. It'll be interesting, you know, fast forward 5 years, if there's going to be the choice of do you go to college to play on your college pickleball team or do you go to college to play on your tennis team?
That'll be a fun day.
Yeah. I did start a Scholastic middle school team in Zionsville, Indiana, and I'm really happy that it's in the off season, so the boys can play in the tennis in the fall and the pickleball in the spring, and the girls vice versa. So it's nice to not have to choose and be able to play both.
Yeah, very cool.
5-0 Foster and Cambiasis. Kind of a reversal of that first round matchup so far.
Nice power there from both Tardio on the Ernie, and then Stone picking it up.
And they're on the board.
Yeah, the cool thing about the double elimination format tournament is you can sometimes face off against someone you've already played that day. And so you have the benefit of that match to,
revise your
guide
strategy.
you.
Yeah.
Especially if it was live streamed, you can go back and watch it.
Totally. It'll be very interesting to talk to Foster and Rosilio to see if they had any strategy change from playing them earlier in the day.
Someone called Sleeves Senior Pickleball Report says, "Hey, Rick."
Hey, Sleeves. Love what that guy does for the game, and especially the senior. Sleeves needs to know that we're probably going to be moving our name to either Legends or Champions rather than Senior Pro. So, Sleeves, be aware of that.
He's going to have to name change. Oh, wow. Almost took out the parents in the crowd.
It's only a flesh wound. Only a flesh wound.
Yeah, I mean, something got taken off of it, though, because he clipped it with the top. Took a little backspin.
I think it hit her in the cheek. She just needs to turn the other cheek.
I mean, I've gotten hit in the face before. It's not like my favorite thing, but it wasn't terrible.
And they're turning this match around in a hurry. They were down 5-0 and then scored 5 unanswered. Timeouts or something. Yeah, there you go. Right on cue.
And we discussed it a little bit earlier as well that, Tardio and Wyatt outside of Jack Foster have the most high-level tournament experience probably here today.
True.
And so that is what can separate you in these moments of, you're down, but mentally you have been there before. You have played, you've put the reps in, you're able to stay strong and know that I can come back from this. Just stick to what we need to do, make some adjustments maybe, and you're right back in it.
100%. I played a couple weeks ago in California. It was myself and Gingrich versus Weinbach and Crandall, and this has never happened to me before in pickleball. We lost the first game 11-0, and we won the second game 11-0.
We had that happen in a pro match as well.
That's insanity. You don't think,
right? Isn't that crazy?
But clearly we didn't think we were down and out, losing 11-0, and we came back. So, you're right. The level of player with experience can turn it around at any time. You never quit.
I mean, truly, until your opponent gets that final point, there is no amount that you cannot come back from. A smaller amount, a little bit easier to do, of course, but
I think Stone is doing a nice job of dictating this turnaround with his drives, and then they just pushed up to 7-5. That's 7 unanswered points. Kind of a strange match in itself. 5 unanswered to 7 unanswered, and counting. Good defense. I think he should have played that in the air. Lobs.
Pushes it. That's tough. Yeah, it sounded like Foster gave him the okay to play that in the air, because a lot of times you do hear the good communication on the lobs. You tell your partner to play it because you're the one that can see. They're looking up. You're looking down at the court. You know where they are. You'll usually hear someone say, "Go."
Nice catch.
Oof.
Boy, you just felt the momentum change in such a huge way back at 5-2, 5-3, and I probably would have used my second timeout by now if I were them. There you go. I mean, you got 2 timeouts. You really should use them if you've lost 10 points in a row.
Yeah, and usually when you don't see one, it's either, you've kind of resigned yourself to the fact that this will be the outcome, or you think you can get it out?
You know, sometimes you can identify a player's swag in body language if they're starting to feel the groove. And I saw that in Stone.
Oh, yeah.
At about 5'2", 5'3". I'm like,
Oh,
man.
yeah, he is real swaggy.
Yeah.
The rest of this first game. 5-0, 11 unanswered points in a row. That's why no deficit is impossible to come back from. They just got 11 points in a row.
Yeah.
So a short break, and game number 2 here in our gold medal match, final match of the day, coming up right after this. All right, welcome back. Game 1 did not go Jack Foster and Ursilio Cabieses' way after being up 5-0. They had 11 unanswered points. And Gabriel Tardio and Wyatt Stone stormed the castle, taking back the momentum. And let's see if they can keep it rolling here in Game 2. If so, that could be very dangerous for Foster and Cabieses. Lauren McLaughlin and Rick Witskin here for our final match of the day. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Wyatt Stone is feeling it right now.
I'm pretty sure I called that, didn't I?
Yeah, that is Swag City over there.
And what's neat is, you know, Gabriel can poach as far as he wants to, and he knows Wyatt's quick enough to always cover behind him. And that was really good cover and drop by Wyatt. It's probably one of the best matches I've seen Wyatt play.
It really is.
Yeah.
It really is. I was just thinking to myself, Stone certainly can play very well, but a little inconsistent sometimes. But he's dialed in right now. Yeah, he's just taking it to another level. Let's see if he can maintain it.
That's phenomenal.
That's disgusting.
Wow.
Oh, that was filthy.
It's one thing to Ernie when the opponent doesn't see it. It's another thing to take it inside out on a severe angle.
Yeah, that was
Don't try this at
against the
home,
net.
kids.
Oh my goodness.
3-0-1.
Long, lanky, and athletic. It's a good combo on Ernie's.
Ooh. Again, check that ball.
I think there's a chance Foster and Cabieses win this match by impalement with power like that.
My goodness. It's not going to leave a welt. That's going to go through somebody.
I'll see you and raise you, Foster said on the Ernie. You got two of the best Ernie boys in NextGen right here. Foster and Tardio. Ursilio catching that ball a little too close to his body. It's hard to feel a drop, folks, when you catch it close to your body. It's best to be back and moving forward where the point of contact is well out in front. When Tardio's closer to the kitchen than Stone, if you're Ursilio, you got to not hit the ball to Tardio because his reach is so good. You got to go to Stone in that situation.
God, Stone's so steady right now, though.
He
Look at him,
is.
he's getting in front of Tardio. He's being the one being aggressive right now.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. The pretzel speed up right into Foster. These are the moments you wish the replay had not freaked out earlier. It'll be back tomorrow, guys. Don't worry. Just go back. Just go back and watch them in slow-mo because, yeah, I mean, it's only 4-0. That's not, an insane lead. But the rallies that Tardio and shots that Tardio and Stone are hitting right now are next level.
They're impressive. And to go back to our point, I agree that Wyatt has been on fire, but still, if you have a player like Wyatt that's back 3 feet off the kitchen and one player like Tardio's got such a long reach, you still have to know where the players are positioned and target accordingly because Stone's not dumb enough to attack balls off his shoelaces. So, but I think it's dire times here now for Foster and Ursula. Look at that. I mean, an unforced error. It's like when you start playing at that level, your opponents really feel that discomfort and start doing uncharacteristic things.
Yeah, I mean, you can read. Yeah, the body language starts to go down.
Clearly, they're targeting Hercilio at the kitchen. I think they're aware that Hercilio has not played nearly as much. In fact, I think he pretty much mentioned before the match that he's a little rusty.
He's busy, so he doesn't get a ton of time to be out playing pickleball in high-level situations.
But I think one should not announce around a tournament that they're rusty. I would never let anybody know that at a tournament site.
6-0-2.
And now you just have a flurry of errors because there's frustration sitting in. And
yeah, if you're Stone and Tardio, you can see the frustration, and that's when you press even harder. You don't let up even the slightest.
8-0-2. Side out.
it's quite a run, though. 11-5, 8-0. That's a tough mountain to climb. That's so good. That's so good. At the start of a match, when you know that Tardio and Stone won the first one, pressure's a little more on them. When they get an 11-5, first set win and then a nice size lead, then they start getting very relaxed and making shots like Tardio just made. And there was Hercilio going for the impalement because I think that's their only option for winning.
Stone, his short life flashed before his eyes. Oh,
Two
gosh.
Ernies.
I'm pretty.
I beat you to the spot.
I'm not gonna. I think Gabe might have been in the kitchen on that, but to be honest, Chris had 2 players blocking her view at that point.
True.
So I think that would have been a tough call to make.
And I don't. Back of the line.
Second serve.
Yeah, you don't really see in the seniors too often both players being able to make the Ernie on the same side.
I've seen it a very small amount of time in the Open Pro bracket, but yeah, certainly doesn't happen a lot.
Side out.
Just misses that.
0-9-1. Second serve.
It is like eerily quiet in here right now.
It really
I know
is.
pickleball tournaments, like generally, the crowds aren't like crazy, but it is like you could hear a pin drop in here right now. Everybody's so like laser focused. There's like no side conversations going on.
It's very true, and I think some are probably in awe of Tardio and Stone's play, including myself. But I think also, there's a lot of despair on the other side, and it's hard to see that. You see Arcelio and Jack talking to each other, to themselves, not to each other, but talking to themselves, negative talk. It's like the writing almost becomes on the wall when you see that happening.
Gold medal match point here for Tardio and Stone. He's so good at him, though.
He's really good at him.
Really good.
A little overzealous coming in on that forehand drive after the lob.
I mean, they're up 10-0.
Yeah.
They're trying to finish it in a flashy way.
True.
Really nice recognition there from Foster.
Great misdirect volley. Seeing Tardio's balance really shifting to the middle.
Oh, neck shot. Good. I mean, quick hands from Stone, though. He had to defend that in an awkward spot as well.
Arcelio has been getting away with that in earlier matches, but Stone and Tardio, their reflexes are just too fast below the net. Misdirect firefights are not going to do much justice.
Yeah, Foster getting super frustrated. Definitely getting down on himself, which can happen. He's a little bit of a mental player in that way. Another gold medal match point, though.
The one thing our viewers need to know is that it's okay and understandable to be a little down on yourself and not playing well, but when you start talking to yourself, it kind of takes your partner out of it too. And you got to make sure. I know Jack's a heck of a singles player, and he can kind of manage that a little bit better in singles, but you got to be careful doing that because then your partner kind of tunes them out and they feel like they're on an island. So just be really careful about that.
Oh,
there we have it.
Good attempt, but yeah, Stone and Tardio just too dominant here in this gold medal match. So Jack Foster, Arcelio Cabieses, our silver medalists here today. We'll head to the Franklin studio one final time, and then just like yesterday, we're going to keep the stream up and play another around the world game. I will try not to embarrass myself quite so much, and apologies to anyone who's behind me in line. But don't go anywhere. We're almost done for the day, but again, we're back tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Central Time, with our singles day to conclude this Next Gen stop in San Antonio, Texas. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Senior pro Rick Witzkin here at the Chicken and Pickle, San Antonio, baby. Well, it's on fire outside, and you guys were on fire inside today. I really enjoyed watching this match. We have Gabriel Tardio, Wyatt Stone. First for you, Wyatt. I've seen you play a number of times, and I feel like you were really in a zone. I felt like it might be one of the best matches I've seen you play. Obviously, you guys went down 5-0 and won 22 points in a row. That's hard to do. Could you sum up how you felt like you were playing today?
Yeah, I mean, me and Gabe are obviously a new partnership. We've never really played together in tournaments or much rec play, so kind of had to focus in a little bit in this one. I know we had to because Jack and Hercelia are very good and they can get very hot very quick. So, I mean, I just thought we had to focus a little more than our usual matches, but yeah, it was good.
Well, I mean, 22 points, that's phenomenal. And you guys were so in a vibe that you guys were both earning on the same side, on the same ball, and right in front of each other, and you hit a winner. So Gabriel, obviously, you know, you're kind of the long wingspan guy that does a lot of funky stuff, and I think Wyatt was getting really comfortable with your game. Did you feel that same chemistry really brewing throughout that match?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think me and Wyatt now, we're like, well, like you said, it's our first time partnering, but I think, like, now, like, we're like, we know each other's game so well that like we play so good together, and yeah.
Peanut butter and jelly, Batman and Robin. You guys were phenomenal. That's the awesome way to finish out the doubles day. Tomorrow's singles, guys. It's been my pleasure as a senior pro. This is my sign out in the commentating crew. I look forward to you guys kind of hearing some of the remarks from a senior pro coach. But you guys have very few flaws in your game, and I think you guys are going to be amazing as you continue to progress in your professional careers. So good luck to both of you.
Jedi, you're behind Lauren. All right, everyone gets two misses in a all in the honor system, and look what I got in my pocket, $20 for the winner. All right, let's see what happens. Good luck, everybody. Go! Alejandro, Alex is the defending champion. Oh, Spencer's coming in! Oh, wow! All right, you got the feed. Oh, come on, one. Oh, we got future next year.
I didn't need it.
Got the camera's live streams on. Oh, you got it, Kate. All right, ball up here. Put that in your pocket. Let's go. Greg, here's a ball for you. You ready? You get Lauren. I'm sorry. I missed that. We got the first casualty. I'm sorry. Thanks for playing. Thanks for playing. Oh! Next gen. Oh, Wyatt! IB! Oh! She got him! Wyatt's trying to take the team wheel out.
Your brother was the first one out.
Yeah.
Oh, wow! He said to me that I would not be behind him. That was wrong. Here's a ball for you. Kenny, here's a ball for your pocket.
I would feel bad. When it's too big, they put you in your pocket. No, you spit.
misses, you're out.
He's so good.
Spencer's getting them out.
Off right now.
They called it out. That was the nicest shot I could do, Marlo. Right down the middle. All right, Jake's back in. Oh, he got it!
Good effort.
Oh, he's in the ball! All right.
Are you okay? I'm fine. Oh, I missed.
Oh, here he goes. Oh, man! Wyatt, that's so not cool. All right. No kitchen. You can't go in the kitchen. Gabriel with the big forehand. Kenny with the push. Rick between the legs. Lauren got it! Oh! Who's going to step up on the roofing? Spencer's nice!
Yeah, nice catch.
Good get, Ivy. Oh, no!
Yeah.
Somebody's got to start ripping the ball.
Oh, we all want to see it safe.
Oh! There it is! Rip it!
Got him!
All right, miss on Jack. Next up.
Too quiet. Yeah. Oh, that was a rip.
No, that's out.
Oh, it's good.
Oh, it's in!
Oh, nice.
Hey. Between the legs, Rick!
Nice. Oh, look at that two-handed backhand. What?
Oh! A miss there. Great get, Juan. Good get, Ivy.
Oh, I'm so scared.
We both have one life left.
A drop shot.
I don't want you to leave.
I don't want to.
Oh!
Yeah.
All right. We got another player out.
Come on, you can do more than that, sister.
Oh, you're supposed to get you out, Rick?
Yeah, so it's fine.
It's Ken
Oh,
with the 20 bucks.
I got him out there. There's a ball for you, Alex.
It's Ken with the 20 bucks. We can tell you right.
You can kill me.
Spencer's got a miss.
Should we go to one line?
Because I always like just rob the next person, so like you'll probably get out of your line. I'm like that. I'm bad luck to be.
Yes. I still win. No! Didn't do it, but I'm cheering for Lauren.
All right, guys.
Let's go, Jake!
Good.
I saw that, Jake.
Congratulations for making it this far. Now it's on the single elimination. One miss, you're gone. Ball here. All right, one miss, you're gone. Starting in the miss, you're safe. One miss, that's it. Oh, man! That's so not cool, Gabriel. What? Yeah! Oh, Rick is out! Rick is out!
Oh, $20 for game today.
Oh, awesome with the rips. Cream up there for Wyatt.
You know Wyatt's going to do
We're going to drop it. Sir. Oh, no! We lost another one! All right, we're getting smaller and smaller. Numbers are getting less. One miss, you're out. Oh, no. Oh, we got it! Great slice, Wyatt. Oh, he got it! Oh, Foster got it! Holy cow! Oh no! All right, Jack is on in. Starting to drop. Oh, Jake is out. All right, Jake is out. He has no feet. He's gonna go. Oh no, Wyatt! Oh yeah, sure, Wyatt. Lauren's out! All right, thanks for playing, Lauren.
That felt good.
All right, Lauren. All right. We're starting to whittle down.
This is so
Get excited. Oh no, we lost Matt. Alex, you need to feed some. Yeah, we got to get a couple. Jack, you want to move on over? Does another player want to go on this side? We're going to balance it out. Okay. We're down to the final 12. 12 players left. Great get. Uh-oh. Oh, huge. Oh, he got it. Great get. Oh. Oh, slug it. Nice shot, Ivy.
Yeah.
Short ball. Denny. Oh, it's in! Oh no, the pros are gone. Spencer, Lauren, and Rick are gone. Good get, Jaden. Oh no, we lost another one. Jersey's gone. Oh, wow! You all right? All right. Down to the final 11. Good get. Great get. We're down to the top 10. No, Derek. Ivy, good get, Ivy. Oh, we lost. Houston's out. All right, top 9. Top 9 are in play. Oh no! We lost Ivy. Ivy was the last female in the game. Last female. Oh, do it over. right, we need one more player on this side. All right, top 6. We're down to the final 6. It's in. Short ball, Wyatt. Oh, he's out. Wow, good shot, Wyatt. All right, feet goes over here. Final 5. Backhand, Wyatt. Oh, he got it! Oh! Oh! Takes out Wyatt! Wow! All right, down to the final 4. Jaden in the house. All right, do it again, Jaden. He'll feed. I'll take that ball. All right, Jaden, feed that ball. Final 4. Oh, final 3. All right. Hold it. This side feeds. Jaden, you better run. Run, Jaden, run. Whoever takes a volley could win it. You gotta take a volley. Somebody's gonna step up and hit a volley. Jaden with the overhead. Jaden, you're in trouble. Oh, Jaden saves it. Down to the final 2. All right. One spin around. Didn't you lose the finals yesterday? All right, Jaden, one spin around. One spin. One spin. Oh! And our winner! Woo! All right, everybody, grab your stuff. We're going up.
Okay. Thanks so much for watching, everyone. That was super fun. I did not embarrass myself that time. So, again, yes, extremely rude of Spencer to knock me out. So I expected nothing less. He claims he didn't even know it was me. I don't believe it. I don't believe it for a second. But super fun time, everybody getting involved. We are going to head on over to lunch and our chat led by Ked Herman today. Again, back tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Central for the final day here at the APP NextGen San Antonio at this beautiful chicken and pickle facility at Lauren McLaughlin here. Thank you so much for joining. Yeah, waving. Spencer and Mitch crushing the production as always. And we'll have our replay back up and running, right, tomorrow? Hopefully. Good? Yes. Replay. Love me some replay. All right. Bye, everybody. We'll see you in the morning.